Living 25 hours a day from A Magnificent Farce and Other Diversions of a Book Collector by A. Edward Newton. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. If one elects to live well out in the country, going to the opera presents serious difficulties. One can't very well go home to dress and go in town again, and if one decides to stay in town at a hotel, there is a suitcase to be packed in the morning, an operation the result of which I abhor, as I always forget something essential. On one occasion, some years ago, I, like a dutiful husband, had agreed to go to the opera, and having packed my bag and sent it to my hotel, dismissed from my mind the details of my toilet until I came to dress in the evening, when I discovered, to my horror, that I had absent-mindedly packed a coloured negligee shirt instead of the white hard-boiled article which custom has decreed for such occasions, and that several other little essentials were missing. I was quite undressed when I made this discovery. It was already late, and my temper, never absolutely flawless on opera nights, was not improved by my wife's observation that we would surely miss the overture. I thought it altogether likely, and said so, briefly. It was, as I remember, my Lord Chesterfield who observed that when one goes to the opera one should leave one's mind at home. I had gone his lordship one better. I had left practically everything at home, and I heartily wished that I was at home too. I shall not, I think, be accused of misstatement when I say that it is altogether probable that most married men, if they could be excused from escorting their wives to the opera, would cheerfully make a substantial contribution to any worthy, or even unworthy, charity. Thoughts such as these, if thoughts they may be called, surged through my head as I rapidly dressed and prepared to dash through the streets in search of any gents' furnishing goods shop that might chance to be open at that hour. I needed such articles of commerce as would enable me to make myself presentable at the opera, and I needed them at once. It was raining, and as I dashed up one street and down another, I discovered that the difference between a raised umbrella and a parachute is negligible, so I closed mine, with the result that I was thoroughly drenched before I had secured what I needed. I have the best of wives, but truth compels me to say that when, upon my return, she greeted me with the remark that what she wanted especially to hear was the overture, and that we would certainly be late, I almost, I say I almost, lost my temper. Is it necessary for me to remark that we do not go to the opera frequently? It was my wife's evening, not mine, and as I sat on the side of a bed, eating a sandwich and struggling to insert square shirt pegs in round holes to the gently sustained motif that we would surely miss the overture, I thought of home, of my books, of a fire of logs crackling, of my pipe, and I wondered who it was who said, when anything untoward happened, "All this could have been avoided if I had stayed at home." Finally, after doing up my wife's back, hooking them in the lace, I finished my own unsatisfactory toilet, feeling, and doubtless looking, very much as Joe Gargery did when he went to see Miss Havisham. But at last we were ready, and we descended to the lobby of our hotel, having in the confusion quite overlooked the fact that we should require a taxi. It was still raining, and not a taxi or other conveyance was to be had. I was quite nonplussed for the moment, and felt deeply grieved when my wife remarked that it was hardly worth while now to leave the hotel. We were so late that we should miss the overture anyway. To which I replied, but never mind specifically what I said. It was to the effect that we would go to the opera or bust. But how? Standing at the door of the hotel, I waited my chance, and finally a taxi arrived. But quite unexpectedly a man appeared from nowhere and was about to enter it, saying as he did so, in a fine rolling English voice, "I wish to go to the opera house." There was no time to lose. Quickly brushing the man aside, I called to my wife and passed her into the taxi. And then, turning to the stranger, I explained to him that we too were going to the opera, and that he was to be our guest. I pushed the astonished man into the machine, told the driver to go like to drive rapidly, and, entering myself, pulled to the door and heaved a sigh of relief. We were off. For a moment nothing was said. We were all more or less surprised to find ourselves together. I think I may say that my newly discovered friend was astonished. Something had to be said, and it was up to me to say it. "My name is Newton," I said, and gently waving toward Mrs. Newton a white kid-gloved hand, which in the darkness looked like a small ham, I explained that Mrs. Newton was very musical and was particularly anxious to hear the overture of the opera, and that I was unavoidably late. I added that I hoped he would forgive my rudeness. Then, remembering that I was speaking to an English gentleman who probably thought me mad, I inquired if he were not a stranger in Philadelphia. "Yes," he replied. "I only arrived in the city this evening." "And have you friends here?" I asked. His reply almost disconcerted me. "Present company excepted, none." "Oh, come now," I said. "I took you for an Englishman, but no Englishman could possibly make so graceful a speech on such short notice. You must be either Scotch or Irish. Whenever one meets a particularly charming Englishman, he invariably turns out to be Scotch or Irish." "Well, the fact is, I'm Scotch," my friend replied. "My name is Craig, Frank Craig. I'm an artist." "Don't apologize," I said. "You are probably not a very great artist." "I'm a business man, and not a very great business man either. And as we are the only friends you have in the city, you shall have supper with us after the opera. Don't decline. I'm very much at home in our hotel, as perhaps you noticed. Ask for me at the door of the supper room. Don't forget my name. Here we are at the opera house, in good time for the overture after all." And I passed my friend out of the taxi, and he, assuring me that he would join us at supper, went his way and we ours. During the performance, which was miserable, I chuckled gently to myself, and wondered what my Scotch friend thought of the affair, and whether he would keep his appointment. The opera was late, there was the usual delay in getting away, and it was almost midnight when the head waiter conducted my new-found guest to our table. Then, for the first time, we had a good look at each other, and told each other how funny it all was, and how unexpected and delightful. After an excellent supper and a bottle of champagne, followed by a fine brandy and cigars, for I determined to do the thing well, we grew confidential. We talked of life and of travel, and finally, of course, about books and authors. "Have you ever met Booth Tarkington?" my friend inquired. I had. Did I know him? I did not. Craig had been staying with him in Indianapolis. Had I ever heard of Arnold Bennett? I had. Did I care for his books? I did. He also had been staying with Booth Tarkington in Indianapolis. In fact, Bennett and he were travelling together at the present time. Bennett is doing a book for the Harpers, to be called Your United States, Craig explained, and he, Craig, was doing the illustrations for it. And where is Arnold Bennett now? I asked. Upstairs in bed and asleep, I hope. What are you doing tomorrow? Well, Bennett is lunching with the literati of the city, and I'm going to take photographs and make sketches for our book. We are each on our own, you know. But the literati of the city, I repeated doubtfully. That would be Agnes Repplier, of course, and Dr. Furness, and Weir Mitchell, and who else? We were rather shy of literati at the moment, as we still are, and I hoped these would not fail him. Craig didn't know. He had not been invited. And after the luncheon, what next? I inquired. Well, I believe that we are to go to the picture gallery of a Mr. Weednar, with a friend who has secured cards for us. I'm not invited to the luncheon, but I'm keen to see the pictures. Very well, I said. Let me make plans for you. I tell you what we'll do. I'll make it a holiday. I will get my motor in from the country and go around with you and show you the sights. You want to see Georgian Philadelphia, you say. We call it colonial. I know it well. I'll be your guide. You shall take your photographs and make your sketches, and in the afternoon we too will go out and see Mr. Widner's pictures. His name, by the way, is Widner, not Weednar. And if I can find Harry Widner, a scion of that house and a friend of mine, I'll get him to ask us out for lunch, and we will be there to welcome Bennett and his friend with their cards on their arrival. What, by the way, is the name of your friend to whom you owe your introduction to Mr. Widner? A Mr. Hellman of New York, a bookseller, I believe. Perhaps you know him too? Perfectly, I said. I probably owe him money at this very minute. With this understanding, and much pleased with each other, we parted for the night. The next morning at 9:30 we met in the lobby, and I was presented to Arnold Bennett. At that time I do not remember that I had ever seen a photograph of him, and I was quite disillusioned by seeing a person quite lacking in distinction, in ill-fitting clothes, with two very prominent upper teeth, which would have been invaluable had he taken to whistling professionally. And you are the man, he said, who has so captivated my friend Craig. He told me all about your escapade last night over the breakfast table, and in the excitement of narration he ate my eggs. No matter, said I. You are going to lunch with the literati of the city. You ought not to worry over the loss of your eggs. But what is quite as important, who is giving the luncheon? George Horace Lorimer, he replied. Then, said I, you certainly need not worry over the loss of a pair of eggs. In an hour or two you'll be glad you did not eat them, for Lorimer understands ordering a luncheon, no man better. I'm sorry for Craig, for he's lunching with me, but we shall join you during the afternoon at Mr. Widner's. This seemed to upset Bennett completely. But we are going to Mr. Weednar's by appointment. We have cards. I know, from George Hellman, I interrupted. I don't need any cards. If Harry Widner is at home, we will lunch with him. If not, we will join you some time during the afternoon. Bennett looked at me with astonishment. He had doubtless been warned of bunco steerers, card sharks, and confidence men generally. I appeared to him a very finished specimen, probably all the more dangerous on that account. We left him bewildered. He evidently thought that his friend would be the victim of some very real experiences before he saw him again. As we parted, he looked as if he wanted to say to Craig, "If you play poker with that man, you are lost." But he didn't. We Philadelphians do not boast of the climate of our city. During the summer months we usually tie with some town in Texas, Waco, I believe, for the honour of being the hottest place in the country. But in November it is delightful, and we have the finest suburbs in the world. If it were not for its outlying districts, Philadelphia would be intolerable. But the day was fine. We were in high spirits, like boys out for a lark, which indeed we were, and I determined that our sightseeing should begin at the Old Swedes' Church, or, to give it its proper name, Gloria Dei, and work our way from the southern part of the city to the northern, stopping at such old landmarks as would seem to afford material for Craig's pencil. What a wonderful day it was, agreeable at the time, and in retrospect delightful, if somewhat tinged with melancholy, for I chanced to read in an English newspaper not long ago of the death of my friend Craig, in some way a victim of the war. But looking back upon that day, everything seemed as joyous as the two quaintly carved and coloured angels' heads, a bit of old Swedish decoration, which peered down upon us from the organ loft of the old church, about which Craig went into ecstasies of delight. As well he might, for it is a quaint little box of a church, almost lost in the shipping and commerce that surrounds it. Built by the Swedes before the coming of William Penn, it stands on the bank of the Delaware, on the site of a blockhouse in which religious services had been held more than half a century before its erection. Too few Philadelphians know this tiny toy church or attend its services. It is out of the beaten track of the tourist. But some of us, not entirely forgetful of old Philadelphia, love to visit it occasionally, and if the sermon gets wearisome, as sermons sometimes do, we can creep out stealthily and spend a few minutes prowling around the graveyard, in which interments are still made occasionally, looking at the tombstones, on which are curiously cut the now almost illegible names of devout men and women who departed this life in faith and fear almost 2 centuries ago. But come now, I at last had to say, this is our first, but by no means our best church. Wait until you see St. Peter's. The ride from Old Swedes' Church to St. Peter's has nothing to recommend it, but it is short, and we were soon standing in one of the finest bits of colonial church architecture in America. "Why," exclaimed Craig, "we have nothing more beautiful in London, and there is certainly nothing in New York or Boston that can touch it." "Certainly there isn't," I said, "and if you were a Philadelphian and had an ancestor buried in this church or within its shadow, you would not have to have brains, money, morals, or anything else. Of course, these accessories would do you no harm, and in a way might be useful, but the lack of them would not be ruinous, as it would be with ordinary folk." Then I spoke glibly the names of the dead whom, had they been living, I should scarce have dared to mention, so interwoven are they in the fabric of the social, or, as some might say, the unsocial life of Philadelphia. "And these people," said Craig, "do they look like other people? Do you know them?" It was a delicate question. It was not for me to tell him that a collateral ancestor was a founder of the Philadelphia Assembly, or to boast of a bowing acquaintance with that charming woman, Mrs. John Marco, whose family pew we were then reverently approaching. Craig could, of course, know nothing of what a blessed thing it is to be a member, not of St. Peter's, but of St. Peter's set, which is a very different matter. But he fully appreciated the architectural charm of the building, and as we strolled about he observed with the keenest interest the curious arrangement of the organ and altar at one end of the church, and the glorious old pulpit and reading desk at the other, with a quite unnecessary sounding board, for the church is not large, surmounting them like a benediction. "How dignified and exclusive the square pews are," said Craig, looking for all the world like the lord of the manors at home. "Yes," said I, "and not half so exclusive as the people who occupy them. You could have made a very pretty picture of this church, crowded with wealth and fashion and beauty, 150 years ago, if you had been lucky enough to have been born when there was colour in the world. Now we all look alike." "I know," said Craig. "It's too bad." I could have told him a good deal of the history of Christ Church, which we next visited. It is only a short distance from St. Peter's. Indeed, in the early days Christ Church and St. Peter's formed one parish. The present structure was built in 1727, of bricks brought over from England. Architecturally it is the finest church in Philadelphia, and so expensive it was for the congregation of 200 years ago that, in order to finish its steeple and provide it with its fine chime of bells, recourse was had to a lottery. Indeed, two lotteries were held before the work was completed. Philadelphians all felt that they had a stake in the enterprise, and for a long time the bells were rung on every possible occasion. Queen Anne sent over a solid silver communion service, which is still in use, and the rector, Dr. William White, after the Revolution, became the second bishop of the Episcopal Church in the United States of America, having finally been consecrated at Lambeth after years of discussion as to how the episcopacy was to be carried on. So Old Christ, as it is affectionately called, may properly be regarded as the mother church in this country. When Philadelphia was the capital of the nation, Washington attended it, as did John Adams and Benjamin Franklin occasionally, perhaps not often enough. But our time was limited, and there was much to see. Carpenter's Hall, and the State House with its beautiful windows, which Craig called Palladian, and its splendid colonial staircase, from which I was quite powerless to draw his attention to the far-famed Liberty Bell. "I know all about that," said Craig. "I've been reading it up. But if you can tell me in what single respect an Englishman hasn't just as much liberty as an American, I shall be glad to listen." I changed the subject. One always hates to discuss liberty with an Englishman. They have so many more rights than we have. Having forgotten to point out the grave of our greatest citizen, Benjamin Franklin, who, we love to tell Bostonians, was born in Philadelphia at 17 years of age, we retraced our steps, if one can be said to retrace one's steps in a motor, to the Christ Church burying ground at Fifth and Arch Streets. There, peering through the iron railing, we read the simple inscription carved according to his wish on the flat tomb: Benjamin and Deborah Franklin, 1790. I have always regretted that I did not avail myself of the opportunity once offered me of buying the manuscript in Franklin's hand of the famous epitaph which he composed in a rather flippant moment in 1728 for his tombstone. The original is, I believe, among the Franklin papers in the State Department at Washington, but he made at least one copy, and possibly several. The one I saw reads, "The body of Benjamin Franklin, printer, like the cover of an old book, its contents torn out and stripped of its lettering and gilding, lies here food for worms, but the work shall not be lost, for it will, as he believed, appear once more in a new and more elegant edition, revised and corrected by the author. No doubt the plain marble slab with the simple name and date, for Franklin needs no epitaph in Philadelphia, is more dignified, but I have always wished that his first idea had been carried out. As we were only a stone's throw from the Quaker meeting house, we paid it a hasty visit, and I confessed in reply to a question that often as I had passed the austere old brick building I had never entered it before, although I had always intended to. At last I looked at my watch, unnecessarily, for something told me it was lunch time. We had had a busy morning. Craig had made sketches with incredible rapidity, while I bought photographs and picture postals by the score. We had not been idle for a moment, but there was more to be seen. Fairmount, not the park, there was no time for that, and all parks are more or less alike, although ours is most beautiful. But the old-time waterworks, beautifully situated on the hillside, terraced and turreted, with its 3 Greek temples so faultlessly proportioned and placed as to form what Joe Purnell says is one of the loveliest spots in America, and which, he characteristically adds, we in Philadelphia do not appreciate. But Craig did. It was a glorious day in mid-November. The trees were in their full autumn regalia of red and gold. The Schuylkill glistened like silver in the sun, and in the distance tumbled, with a gentle murmur of protest at being disturbed, over its dam into the lower level, where it became a river of use if not of beauty. I thought how seldom do we business men pause in the middle of the day to look at anything so free from complications as a view. My factory was within 10 minutes' walk. There, penned up amidst dirt and noise, I spend most of my waking hours, discussing ways and means by which I may increase the distance between myself and the sheriff, and neglecting the beauty which unfolds itself at my very door. I determined in future to open my eyes occasionally, but hunger put an end to my meditations. Food is required even on the most perfect day. By this time the literati must have met and parted. Back to the city we sped, lunched at my club, thence to Linwood Hall, the palatial residence of Mr. Widner, some miles from the centre of the city. On our arrival we were ushered, through the main entrance hall, beautifully banked with rare flowers, into the gallery in which is housed one of the finest collections of pictures in America. Bennett and George Hellman were already there, and Mr. Widner, the old gentleman who had formed the collection, was doing the honours. Harry, his grandson, was there too, and, to the amazement of Bennett, welcomed me with outstretched arms. "I got your telephone message, but too late to connect with you. I've been in New York. Why did you not come to lunch? You were not at your office. I left messages for you everywhere." Bennett looked greatly relieved. So I was not an intruder after all, and, wonderful to relate, nothing had happened to Craig. Mr. Widner seemed relieved to see me, and I soon understood the reason. He did not know who his guest was. "Who is this man?" he whispered to me. "Arnold Bennett, the distinguished English author," I replied. "Does he know anything about pictures?" he asked. "I have no doubt he does," I replied. "Here is a man who certainly does." I presented Craig, who, to the great relief of his host, was vocal. And then I saw how things had been going. Bennett, with his almost uncanny power of observation, had seen and doubtless understood and appreciated everything in the gallery, but had remained mute. An O or an Ah had been all that Mr. Widner had been able to extract from him. The old gentleman had seemingly been playing to an empty house, and it irked him. Craig had the gift of expression, knew that he was looking at some of the masterpieces of the world, and said so. We strolled from one gallery to another, and then it was suggested that perhaps we would care to see— but the afternoon was going, the party had to be in New York at a certain hour, it was time to move on. Spend another night in Philadelphia, I said to Craig. You must not go without seeing Harry's books. After a while there will be tea and toast and marmalade and Scotch and soda. Life will never be any better than it is at this minute. Craig did not require much urging. Why should he? We were honoured guests in one of the finest houses in the country, in a museum, in fact, filled to overflowing with everything that taste could suggest and money buy. And for host we had the eldest son of the eldest son of the house, a young man distinguished for his knowledge, modesty, and courtesy. We went to Harry's apartment, where his books were kept, and where I was most of all at home. Finally his mother joined us. In the easy give and take of conversation time passed rapidly, and finally it was time to go, and we said good-bye. It was my last visit to Linwood Hall as Harry's guest. 5 months later, almost to a day, he found his watery grave in the Atlantic, a victim of the sinking of the Titanic. On our way back to our hotel, we agreed that we would go to the theatre and have supper afterward. There was just time to change, once again gnawing a sandwich. By great good fortune there was a real comedy playing at one of the theatres. Seats were secured without unusual difficulty, and we were soon quietly awaiting the rise of the curtain. After the performance we had supper, which had been ordered in advance. We were at the end of a perfect day, a red-letter day, a day never to be forgotten, Craig said. We had known each other something like 24 hours, yet we seemed like old friends. I can't hope to give you such a day as we have had when you come to London, but you'll look me up, won't you? Yes, of course. And meanwhile I want you to do something for me. Anything, my dear boy. What is it? I want a presentation copy of Buried Alive, with an inscription in it from Arnold Bennett, and on a flyleaf I want a little pencil sketch by you. Righto, I'll send it directly I get to New York. But I had to wait several days before I received a small package by express, which, on opening, I found to be a beautiful little watercolour painting by Craig of the picturesque old stone bridge over the Thames at Sunning, and in another package the book Buried Alive, with a characteristic inscription. The author was doubtful of my identity to the last, for he wrote, "To Mr. Newton of Philadelphia, I believe, with best wishes from Arnold Bennett." End of Living 25 Hours a Day, from A Magnificent Farce and Other Diversions of a Book Collector, by A. Edward Newton. Recording by Ruth Golding.
The Five Boons of Life by Mark Twain. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Five Boons of Life by Mark Twain. Chapter 1. In the morning of life came a good fairy with her basket, and said, "Here are gifts. Take one, leave the others, and be wary. Choose wisely. Oh, choose wisely, for only one of them is valuable." The gifts were 5: fame, love, riches, pleasure, death. The youth said eagerly, "There is no need to consider," and he chose pleasure. He went out into the world and sought out the pleasures that youth delights in, but each in its turn was short-lived and disappointing, vain and empty, and each, departing, mocked him. In the end he said, "These years I have wasted. If I could but choose again, I would choose wisely." Chapter 2. The fairy appeared and said, "4 of the gifts remain. Choose once more, and oh, remember, time is flying, and only one of them is precious." The man considered long, then chose love, and did not mark the tears that rose in the fairy's eyes. After many, many years, the man sat by a coffin in an empty home, and he communed with himself, saying, "One by one they've gone away and left me, and now she lies here, the dearest and the last. Desolation after desolation has swept over me. For each hour of happiness the treacherous trader Love has sold me, I have paid 1,000 hours of grief. Out of my heart of hearts I curse him." Chapter 3. "Choose again." It was the fairy speaking. "The years have taught you wisdom. Surely it must be so. 3 gifts remain. Only one of them has any worth. Remember it, and choose warily." The man reflected long, then chose fame, and the fairy, sighing, went her way. Years went by, and she came again, and stood behind the man where he sat solitary in the fading day, thinking, and she knew his thought.
My name filled the world, and its praises were on every tongue, and it seemed well with me for a little while. How little a while it was! Then came envy, then detraction, then calumny, then hate, then persecution, then derision, which is the beginning of the end. And last of all came pity, which is the funeral of fame. Oh, the bitterness and misery of renown! Target for mud in its prime, for contempt and compassion in its decay.
Chapter 4. "Choose yet again." It was the fairy's voice. "2 gifts remain, and do not despair. In the beginning there was but one that was precious, and it is still here."
"Wealth, which is power. How blind I was," said the man. "Now at last life will be worth the living. I will spend, squander, dazzle. These mockers and despisers will crawl in the dirt before me, and I will feed my hungry heart with their envy. I will have all luxuries, all joys, all enchantments of the spirit, all contentments of the body that man holds dear. I will buy deference, respect, esteem, worship, every pinchbeck grace of life the market of a trivial world can furnish forth. I have lost much time and chosen badly heretofore, but let that pass. I was ignorant then, and could but take for best what seemed so."
3 short years went by, and a day came when the man sat shivering in a mean garret. He was gaunt and wan and hollow-eyed, and clothed in rags, and he was gnawing a dry crust and mumbling,
"Curse all the world's gifts for mockeries and gilded lies, and miscalled every one. They are not gifts, but merely lendings. Pleasure, love, fame, riches, they are but temporary disguises for lasting realities. Pain, grief, shame, poverty. The fairy said true. In all her store there was but one gift which was precious, only one that was not valueless. How poor and cheap and mean I know these others now to be compared with that inestimable one, that dear and sweet and kindly one that steeps in dreamless and enduring sleep the pains that persecute the body, and the shames and griefs that eat the mind and heart. Bring it. I am weary. I would rest.
Chapter 5. The fairy came, bringing again 4 of the gifts, but Death was wanting. She said, "I gave it to a mother's pet, a little child. It was ignorant, but trusted me, asking me to choose for it. You did not ask me to choose."
Oh, miserable me! What is left for me?
What not even you have deserved, the wanton insult of old age. End of The 5 Boons of Life by Mark Twain. Read by Dennis Lane.
The 5 Orange Pips by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When I glance over my notes and records of the Sherlock Holmes cases between the years '82 and '90, I am faced by so many which present strange and interesting features, that it is no easy matter to know which to choose and which to leave. Some, however, have already gained publicity through the papers, and others have not offered a field for those peculiar qualities which my friend possessed in so high a degree, and which it is the object of these papers to illustrate. Some, too, have baffled his analytical skill, and would be, as narratives, beginnings without an ending, while others have been but partially cleared up, and have their explanations founded rather upon conjecture and surmise than on that absolute logical proof which was so dear to him. There is, however, one of these last which was so remarkable in its details and so startling in its results that I am tempted to give some account of it, in spite of the fact that there are points in connection with it which have never been, and probably never will be, entirely cleared up. The year '87 furnished us with a long series of cases of greater or less interest, of which I retain the records. Among my headings under this one 12 months, I find an account of the adventure of the Paradol Chamber, of the Amateur Mendicant Society, who held a luxurious club in the lower vaults of a furniture warehouse, of the facts connected with the loss of the British baroque Sophie Anderson, of the singular adventures of the Grice Pattersons in the islands of Ufa, and finally of the Camberwell poisoning case. In the latter, as may be remembered, Sherlock Holmes was able, by winding up the dead man's watch, to prove that it had been wound up 2 hours before, and that therefore the deceased had gone to bed within that time, a deduction which was of the greatest importance in clearing up the case. All these I may sketch out at some future date, but none of them present such singular features as the strange train of circumstances which I have now taken up my pen to describe. It was in the latter days of September, and the equinoctial gales had set in with exceptional violence. All day the wind had screamed and the rain had beaten against the windows, so that even here in the heart of great, hand-made London, we were forced to raise our minds for the instant from the routine of life and to recognize the presence of those great elemental forces which shriek at mankind through the bars of his civilization like untamed beasts in a cage. As evening drew in, the storm grew higher and louder, and the wind cried and sobbed like a child in the chimney. Sherlock Holmes sat moodily at one side of the fireplace, cross-indexing his records of crime, while I at the other was deep in one of Clark Russell's fine sea stories, until the howl of the gale from without seemed to blend with the text, and the splash of the rain to lengthen out into the long swash of the sea waves. My wife was on a visit to her mother's, and for a few days I was a dweller once more in my old quarters at Baker Street. "Why," said I, glancing up at my companion, "that was surely the bell. Who could come to-night? Some friend of yours, perhaps?" "Except yourself, I have none," he answered. "I do not encourage visitors." "A client, then?" "If so, it is a serious case. Nothing less would bring a man out on such a day and at such an hour. But I take it that it is more likely to be some crony of the landlady's." Sherlock Holmes was wrong in his conjecture, however, for there came a step in the passage and a tapping at the door. He stretched out his long arm to turn the lamp away from himself and towards the vacant chair upon which a newcomer must sit. "Come in," said he. The man who entered was young, some 22, at the outside, well groomed and trimly clad, with something of refinement and delicacy in his bearing. The streaming umbrella which he held in his hand, and his long shining waterproof, told of the fierce weather through which he had come. He looked about him anxiously in the glare of the lamp, and I could see that his face was pale and his eyes heavy, like those of a man who is weighed down with some great anxiety. "I owe you an apology," he said, raising his golden pince-nez to his eyes. "I trust that I am not intruding. I fear that I have brought some traces of the storm and rain into your snug chamber." "Give me your coat and umbrella," said Holmes. "They may rest here on the hook, and will be dry presently. You have come up from the southwest, I see." "Yes, from Horsham." "That clay and chalk mixture which I see upon your toe-caps is quite distinctive." "I have come for advice." "That is easily got." "And help." "That is not always so easy." "I have heard of you, Mr. Holmes. I heard from Major Prendergast how you saved him in the Tankerville Club scandal." "Ah, of course. He was wrongfully accused of cheating at cards." "He said that you could solve anything." "He said too much." "That you are never beaten." "I have been beaten 4 times, 3 times by men, and once by a woman." "But what is that compared with the number of your successes?" "It is true that I have been generally successful." "Then you may be so with me." "I beg that you will draw your chair up to the fire and favor me with some details as to your case." "It is no ordinary one." "None of those which come to me are. I am the last court of appeal." "And yet, I question, sir, whether, in all your experience, you have ever listened to a more mysterious and inexplicable chain of events than those which have happened in my own family." "You fill me with interest," said Holmes. "Pray give us the essential facts from the commencement, and I can afterwards question you as to those details which seem to me to be most important." The young man pulled his chair up and pushed his wet feet out towards the blaze. "My name," said he, "is John Openshaw. But my own affairs have, as far as I can understand, little to do with this awful business. It is a hereditary matter, so in order to give you an idea of the facts, I must go back to the commencement of the affair. You must know that my grandfather had 2 sons, my uncle Elias and my father Joseph. My father had a small factory at Coventry, which he enlarged at the time of the invention of bicycling. He was a patentee of the Openshaw unbreakable tire, and his business met with such success that he was able to sell it and to retire upon a handsome competence. My uncle Elias emigrated to America when he was a young man and became a planter in Florida, where he was reported to have done very well. At the time of the war he fought in Jackson's army, and afterwards under Hood, where he rose to be a colonel. When Lee laid down his arms my uncle returned to his plantation, where he remained for 3 or 4 years. About 1869 or 1870 he came back to Europe, and took a small estate in Sussex, near Horsham. He had made a very considerable fortune in the States, and his reason for leaving them was his aversion to the negroes, and his dislike of the Republican policy in extending the franchise to them. He was a singular man, fierce and quick-tempered, very foul-mouthed when he was angry, and of a most retiring disposition. During all these years that he lived at Horsham, I doubt if ever he set foot in the town. He had a garden and 2 or 3 fields round his house, and there he would take his exercise, though very often for weeks on end he would never leave his room. He drank a great deal of brandy and smoked very heavily, and he would see no society, and did not want any friends, not even his own brother. He didn't mind me. In fact, he took a fancy to me, for at the time when he saw me first, I was a youngster of 12 or so. This would be in the year 1878, after he had been 8 or 9 years in England. He begged my father to let me live with him, and he was very kind to me in his way. When he was sober, he used to be fond of playing backgammon and rods with me, and he would make me his representative both with the servants and with the tradespeople, so that by the time that I was 16, I was quite master of the house. I kept all the keys, and could go wherever I liked, and do what I liked, so long as I did not disturb him in his privacy. There was one singular exception, however, for he had a single room, a lumber room, up among the attics, which was invariably locked, and which he would never permit either me or any one else to enter. With a boy's curiosity, I have peeped through the keyhole, but I was never able to see more than such a collection of old trunks and bundles as would be expected in such a room. One day, it was in March, 1883, a letter with a foreign stamp lay upon the table in front of the Colonel's plate. It was not a common thing for him to receive letters, for his bills were all paid in ready money, and he had no friends of any sort. "From India," said he as he took it up. "Pondicherry postmark. What can this be?" Opening it hurriedly, out there jumped 5 little dried orange pips, which pattered down upon his plate. I began to laugh at this, but the laugh was struck from my lips at the sight of his face. His lip had fallen, his eyes were protruding, his skin the color of putty, and he glared at the envelope which he still held in his trembling hand. "K, K, K!" he shrieked, and then, my God, my sins have overtaken me." "What is it, uncle?" I cried. "Death," said he, and rising from the table, he retired to his room, leaving me palpitating with horror. I took up the envelope, and saw scrawled in red ink upon the inner flap, just above the gum, the letter K 3 times repeated. There was nothing else save the 5 dried pips. What could be the reason of his overpowering terror? I left the breakfast table, and as I ascended the stair, I met him coming down with an old rusty key, which must have belonged to the attic, in one hand, and a small brass box, like a cash-box, in the other. "They may do what they like, but I'll checkmate them still," said he with an oath. "Tell Mary that I shall want a fire in my room to-day, and send down to Fordham, the Horsham lawyer." I did as he ordered, and when the lawyer arrived, I was asked to step up to the room. The fire was burning brightly, and in the grate there was a mass of black, fluffy ashes, as of burned paper, while the brass box stood open and empty beside it. As I glanced at the box I noticed, with a start, that upon the lid was printed the treble K, which I had read in the morning upon the envelope. "I wish you, John," said my uncle, "to witness my will. I leave my estate, with all its advantages, and all its disadvantages, to my brother, your father, whence it will, no doubt, descend to you. If you can enjoy it in peace, well and good. If you find you cannot, Take my advice, my boy, and leave it to your deadliest enemy. I am sorry to give you such a two-edged thing, but I can't say what turn things are going to take. Kindly sign the paper where Mr. Fordham shows you." I signed the paper as directed, and the lawyer took it away with him. The singular incident made, as you may think, the deepest impression upon me, and I pondered over it and turned it every way in my mind, without being able to make anything of it. Yet I could not shake off the vague feeling of dread which it left behind, though the sensation grew less keen as the weeks passed and nothing happened to disturb the usual routine of our lives. I could see a change in my uncle, however. He drank more than ever, and he was less inclined for any sort of society. Most of his time he would spend in his room, with the door locked upon the inside, but sometimes he would emerge in a sort of drunken frenzy, and would burst out of the house and tear about the garden with a revolver in his hand, screaming out that he was afraid of no man, and that he was not to be cooped up, like a sheep in a pen, by man or devil. When these hot fits were over, however, he would rush tumultuously in at the door and lock and bar it behind him, like a man who can brazen it out no longer against the terror which lies at the roots of his soul. At such times I have seen his face, even on a cold day, glisten with moisture, as though it were new raised from a basin. Well, to come to an end of the matter, Mr. Holmes, and not to abuse your patience, there came a night when he made one of those drunken sallies, from which he never came back. We found him, when we went to search for him, face downward in a little green-scummed pool, which lay at the foot of the garden. There were no signs of any violence, and the water was but 2 feet deep, so that the jury, having regard to his known eccentricity, brought in a verdict of suicide. But I, who knew how he winced from the very thought of death, had much ado to persuade myself that he had gone out of his way to meet it. The matter passed, however, and my father entered into possession of the estate, and of some 14,000 pounds, which lay to his credit at the bank. "One moment," Holmes interposed. "Your statement is, I foresee, one of the most remarkable to which I have ever listened. Let me have the date of the reception by your uncle of the letter, and the date of his supposed suicide." "The letter arrived on March 10th, 1883. His death was 7 weeks later, upon the night of May 2nd. "Thank you. Pray proceed." "When my father took over the Horsham property, he, at my request, made a careful examination of the attic, which had been always locked up. We found the brass box there, although its contents had been destroyed. On the inside of the cover was a paper label, with the initials of K.K.K. repeated upon it, and letters, memoranda, receipts, and a register, written beneath. These, we presume, indicated the nature of the papers which had been destroyed by Colonel Openshaw. For the rest, there was nothing of much importance in the attic, save a great many scattered papers and note-books, bearing upon my uncle's life in America. Some of them were of the war time, and showed that he had done his duty well, and had borne the repute of a brave soldier. Others were of a date during the reconstruction of the Southern States, and were mostly concerned with politics, for he had evidently taken a strong part in opposing the carpet-bag politicians who had been sent down from the North. Well, it was the beginning of '84 when my father came to live at Horsham, and all went as well as possible with us until the January of '85. On the 4th day after the New Year, I heard my father give a sharp cry of surprise, as we sat together at the breakfast-table. There he was, sitting with a newly opened envelope in one hand, and 5 dried orange pips in the outstretched palm of the other one. He had always laughed at what he called my cock and bull story about the Colonel, but he looked very scared and puzzled now that the same thing had come upon himself. "Why, what on earth does this mean, John?" he stammered. My heart had turned to lead. "It is K.K.K.," said I. He looked inside the envelope. "So it is!" he cried. "Here are the very letters! But what is this written above them?" Put the papers on the sundial, I read, peeping over his shoulder. What papers? What sundial? He asked. The sundial is in the garden. There is no other, said I. But the papers must be those that are destroyed. Pooh, said he, gripping hard at his courage. We are in a civilized land here, and we can't have tomfoolery of this kind. Where does the thing come from? From Dundee, I answered, glancing at the postmark. Some preposterous practical joke, said he. What have I to do with sundials and papers? I shall take no notice of such nonsense. I should certainly speak to the police, I said. And be laughed at for my pains? Nothing of the sort. Then let me do so. No, I forbid you. I won't have a fuss made about such nonsense. It was in vain to argue with him, for he was a very obstinate man. I went about, however, with a heart which was full of forebodings. On the third day after the coming of the letter, my father went from home to visit an old friend of his, Major Freebody, who was in command of one of the forts upon Portsdown Hill. I was glad that he should go, for it seemed to me that he was farther from danger when he was away from home. In that, however, I was in error. Upon the second day of his absence, I received a telegram from the Major, imploring me to come at once. My father had fallen over one of the deep chalk pits, which abound in the neighborhood, and was lying senseless, with a shattered skull. I hurried to him, but he passed away without having ever recovered his consciousness. He had, as it appears, been returning from Fareham in the twilight, and as the country was unknown to him, and the chalk pit unfenced, the jury had no hesitation in bringing in a verdict of death from accidental causes. Carefully as I examined every fact connected with his death, I was unable to find anything which could suggest the idea of murder. There were no signs of violence, no footmarks, no robbery, no record of strangers having been seen upon the roads. And yet I need not tell you that my mind was far from at ease, and that I was well nigh certain that some foul plot had been woven round him. In this sinister way I came into my inheritance. You will ask me why I did not dispose of it. I answer, because I was well convinced that our troubles were in some way dependent upon an incident in my uncle's life, and that the danger would be as pressing in one house as in another. It was in January, '85, that my poor father met his end, and 2 years and 8 months have elapsed since then. During that time I have lived happily at Horsham, and I had begun to hope that this curse had passed away from the family, and that it had ended with the last generation. I had begun to take comfort too soon, however. Yesterday morning the blow fell in the very shape in which it had come upon my father. The young man took from his waistcoat a crumpled envelope, and turning to the table he shook out upon it 5 little dried orange pips. "This is the envelope," he continued. "The postmark is London, Eastern Division. Within are the very words which are upon my father's last message, K. And then, put the papers on the sundial." "What have you done?" asked Holmes. "Nothing." "Nothing?" To tell the truth," he sank his face into his thin, white hands, "I have felt helpless. I have felt like one of those poor rabbits when the snake is writhing towards it. I seem to be in the grasp of some resistless, inexorable evil, which no foresight and no precautions can guard against." "Tut, tut!" cried Sherlock Holmes. "You must act, man, or you are lost. Nothing but energy can save you. This is no time for despair. I have seen the police." "Ah!" But they listened to my story with a smile. I am convinced that the inspector has formed the opinion that the letters are all practical jokes, and that the deaths of my relations were really accidents, as the jury stated, and were not to be connected with the warnings. Holmes shook his clenched hands in the air. "Incredible imbecility!" he cried. "They have, however, allowed me a policeman, who may remain in the house with me." "Has he come with you to-night?" "No. His orders were to stay in the house." Again Holmes raved in the air. "Why did you come to me?" he cried. "And above all, why did you not come at once?" "I did not know. It was only to-day that I spoke to Major Prendergast about my troubles and was advised by him to come to you." "It is really 2 days since you had the letter. We should have acted before this. You have no further evidence, I suppose, than that which you have placed before us? No suggestive detail which might help us?" "There is one thing," said John Openshaw. He rummaged in his coat pocket, and drawing out a piece of discolored, blue-tinted paper, he laid it out upon the table. "I have some remembrance," said he, "that on the day when my uncle burned the papers, I observed that the small, unburned margins, which lay amid the ashes, were of this particular color. I found this single sheet upon the floor of his room, and I am inclined to think that it may be one of the papers which has, perhaps, fluttered out from among the others, and in that way has escaped destruction. Beyond the mention of the pips, I do not see that it helps us much. I think myself that it is a page from some private diary. The writing is undoubtedly my uncle's." Holmes moved the lamp, and we both bent over the sheet of paper, which showed by its ragged edge that it had indeed been torn from a book. It was headed "March, 1869," and beneath were the following enigmatical notices: "4th. Hudson came. Same old platform. 7th. Set the pips on Macaulay, Paramore, and John Swain, of St. Augustine. 9th. Macaulay cleared. 10th. John Swain cleared. 12th. Visited Paramore. All well." "Thank you," said Holmes, folding up the paper and returning it to our visitor. "And now you must on no account lose another instant. We cannot spare time even to discuss what you have told me. You must get home instantly and act." "What shall I do?" "There is but one thing to do. It must be done at once. You must put this piece of paper which you have shown us into the brass box which you have described. You must also put in a note to say that all the other papers were burned by your uncle, and that this is the only one which remains. You must assert that, in such words as will carry conviction with them. Having done this, you must at once put the box out upon the sundial as directed. Do you understand?" "Entirely." "Do not think of revenge, or anything of the sort, at present. I think that we may gain that by means of the law. But we have our web to weave, while theirs is already woven. The first consideration is to remove the pressing danger which threatens you. The second is to clear up the mystery and to punish the guilty parties." "I thank you," said the young man, rising and pulling on his overcoat. "You have given me fresh life and hope. I shall certainly do as you advise." "Do not lose an instant, and above all, take care of yourself in the meanwhile, for I do not think that there can be a doubt that you are threatened by a very real and imminent danger. How do you go back?" "By train from Waterloo." "It is not yet 9. The streets will be crowded, so I trust that you may be in safety. And yet you cannot guard yourself too closely." "I am armed." "That is well. To-morrow I shall set to work upon your case." "I shall see you at Horsham, then?" "No, your secret lies in London. It is there that I shall seek it." "Then I shall call upon you in a day or in 2 days, with news as to the box and the papers. I shall take your advice in every particular." He shook hands with us, and took his leave. Outside the wind still screamed, and the rain splashed and pattered against the windows. This strange, wild story seemed to have come to us from amid the mad elements, blown in upon us like a sheet of seaweed in a gale, and now to have been reabsorbed by them once more. Sherlock Holmes sat for some time in silence, with his head sunk forward and his eyes bent upon the red glow of the fire. Then he lit his pipe, and, leaning back in his chair, he watched the blue smoke rings as they chased each other up to the ceiling. "I think, Watson," he remarked at last, that of all our cases, we have had none more fantastic than this. Save perhaps the sign of the Four? Well, yes, save perhaps that. And yet this John Openshaw seems to me to be walking amid even greater perils than did the Sholtos. But have you, I asked, formed any definite conception as to what these perils are? There can be no question as to their nature, he answered. Then what are they? Who is this K., and why does he pursue this unhappy family? Sherlock Holmes closed his eyes and placed his elbows upon the arms of his chair, with his finger-tips together. The ideal reasoner, he remarked, would, when he had once been shown a single fact in all its bearings, deduce from it not only all the chain of events which led up to it, but also all the results which would follow from it. As Cuvier could correctly describe a whole animal from the contemplation of a single bone, so the observer who has thoroughly understood one link in a series of incidents should be able to accurately state all the other ones, both before and after. We have not yet grasped the results which the reason alone can attain to. Problems may be solved in the study which have baffled all those who have sought a solution by the aid of their senses. To carry the art, however, to its highest pitch, it is necessary that the reasoner should be able to utilize all the facts which have come to his knowledge, and this in itself implies, as you will readily see, a possession of all knowledge, which, even in these days of free education and encyclopedias, is a somewhat rare accomplishment. It is not so impossible, however, that a man should possess all knowledge which is likely to be useful to him in his work, and this I have endeavored in my case to do. If I remember rightly, you on one occasion, in the early days of our friendship, defined my limits in a very precise fashion. Yes, I answered, laughing. It was a singular document. Philosophy, astronomy, and politics were marked at 0, I remember. Botany variable, geology profound as regards the mud stains from any region within 50 miles of town, chemistry eccentric, anatomy unsystematic, sensational literature and crime records unique, violin player, boxer, swordsman, lawyer, and self-poisoner by cocaine and tobacco. Those, I think, were the main points of my analysis. Holmes grinned at the last item. Well, he said, I say now, as I said then, that a man should keep his little brain attic stocked with all the furniture that he is likely to use, and the rest he can put away in the lumber room of his library, where he can get it if he wants it. Now for such a case as the one which has been submitted to us to-night, we need certainly to muster all our resources. Kindly hand me down the letter K of the American Encyclopedia, which stands upon the shelf beside you. Thank you. Now let us consider the situation, and see what may be deduced from it. In the first place, we may start with a strong presumption that Colonel Openshaw had some very strong reason for leaving America. Men at his time of life do not change all their habits, and exchange willingly the charming climate of Florida for the lonely life of an English provincial town. His extreme love of solitude in England suggests the idea that he was in fear of someone or something, so we may assume as a working hypothesis that it was fear of someone or something which drove him from America. As to what it was he feared, we can only deduce that by considering the formidable letters which were received by himself and his successors. Did you remark the postmarks of those letters? The first was from Pondicherry, the second from Dundee, and the third from London. From East London. What do you deduce from that? They are all seaports. That the writer was on board of a ship. Excellent. We have already a clue. There can be no doubt that the probability, the strong probability, is that the writer was on board of a ship. And now let us consider another point. In the case of Pondicherry, 7 weeks elapsed between the threat and its fulfillment. In Dundee it was only some 3 or 4 days. Does that suggest anything? a greater distance to travel. But the letter also had a greater distance to come. Then I do not see the point. There is at least a presumption that the vessel in which the man or men are is a sailing ship. It looks as if they always send their singular warning or token before them when starting upon their mission. You see how quickly the deed followed the sign when it came from Dundee. If they had come from Pondicherry in a steamer, they would have arrived almost as soon as their letter. But, as a matter of fact, 7 weeks elapsed. I think that those 7 weeks represented the difference between the mail boat which brought the letter and the sailing vessel which brought the writer. It is possible. More than that, it is probable. And now you see the deadly urgency of this new case, and why I urged young Openshaw to caution. The blow has always fallen at the end of the time which it would take the senders to travel the distance. But this one comes from London, and therefore we cannot count upon delay. Good God! I cried. What can it mean, this relentless persecution? The papers which Openshaw carried are obviously of vital importance to the person or persons in the sailing ship. I think that it is quite clear that there must be more than one of them. A single man could not have carried out 2 deaths in such a way as to deceive a coroner's jury. There must have been several in it, and they must have been men of resource and determination. Their papers they mean to have, be the holder of them who it may. In this way, you see, KKK ceases to be the initials of an individual, and becomes the badge of a society. But of what society? Have you never, said Sherlock Holmes, bending forward and sinking his voice, have you never heard of the Ku Klux Klan? I never have. Holmes turned over the leaves of the book upon his knee. Here it is, said he presently. Ku Klux Klan, a name derived from the fanciful resemblance to the sound produced by cocking a rifle. This terrible secret society was formed by some ex-Confederate soldiers in the Southern States after the Civil War, and it rapidly formed local branches in different parts of the country, notably in Tennessee, Louisiana, the Carolinas, Georgia, and Florida. Its power was used for political purposes, principally for the terrorizing of the negro voters and the murdering and driving from the country of those who were opposed to its views. Its outrages were usually preceded by a warning sent to the marked man in some fantastic but generally recognized shape, a sprig of oak leaves in some parts, melon seeds or orange pips in others. On receiving this, the victim might either openly abjure his former ways, or might fly from the country. If he braved the matter out, death would unfailingly come upon him, and usually in some strange and unforeseen manner. So perfect was the organization of the society, and so systematic its methods, that there is hardly a case upon record where any man succeeded in braving it with impunity, or in which any of its outrages were traced home to the perpetrators. For some years the organization flourished, in spite of the efforts of the United States government and of the better classes of the community in the South. Eventually, in the year 1869, the movement rather suddenly collapsed, although there have been sporadic outbreaks of the same sort since that date. You will observe, said Holmes, laying down the volume, that the sudden breaking up of the society was coincident with the disappearance of Openshaw from America with their papers. It may well have been cause and effect. It is no wonder that he and his family have some of the more implacable spirits upon their track. You can understand that this register and diary may implicate some of the first men in the South, and that there may be many who will not sleep easy at night until it is recovered. Then the page we have seen is such as we might expect. It ran, if I remember right, sent the pips to A, B, and C, that is, sent the society's warning to them. Then there are successive entries that A and B cleared, or left the country, and finally that C was visited, with, I fear, a sinister result foresee. Well, I think, doctor, that we may let some light into this dark place, and I believe that the only chance young Openshaw has in the meantime is to do what I have told him. There is nothing more to be said or to be done to-night, so hand me over my violin, and let us try to forget for half an hour the miserable weather and the still more miserable ways of our fellow-men. It had cleared in the morning, and the sun was shining with a subdued brightness through the dim veil which hangs over the great city. Sherlock Holmes was already at breakfast when I came down. "You will excuse me for not waiting for you," said he. "I have, I foresee, a very busy day before me in looking into this case of young Openshaw's." "What steps will you take?" I asked. "It will very much depend upon the results of my first inquiries. I may have to go down to Horsham after all." "You will not go there first?" "No, I shall commence with the city. Just ring the bell, and the maid will bring up your coffee." As I waited, I lifted the unopened newspaper from the table, and glanced my eye over it. It rested upon a heading which sent a chill to my heart. "Holmes!" I cried, "you are too late." "Ah!" said he, laying down his cup. "I feared as much. How was it done?" He spoke calmly, but I could see that he was deeply moved. My eye caught the name of Openshaw and the heading, "Tragedy near Waterloo Bridge." Here is the account. "Between 9 and 10 last night, Police Constable Cook, of the H Division, on duty near Waterloo Bridge, heard a cry for help and a splash in the water. The night, however, was extremely dark and stormy, so that, in spite of the help of several passers-by, it was quite impossible to effect a rescue. The alarm, however, was given, and, by the aid of the water police, the body was eventually recovered. It proved to be that of a young gentleman, whose name, as it appears from an envelope which was found in his pocket, was John Openshaw, and whose residence is near Horsham. It is conjectured that he may have been hurrying down to catch the last train from Waterloo Station, and that, in his haste and the extreme darkness, he missed his path and walked over the edge of one of the small landing-places for river steamboats. The body exhibited no traces of violence, and there can be no doubt that the deceased had been the victim of an unfortunate accident, which should have the effect of calling the attention of the authorities to the condition of the riverside landing-stages. We sat in silence for some minutes, Holmes more depressed and shaken than I had ever seen him. "That hurts my pride, Watson," he said at last. "It is a petty feeling, no doubt, but it hurts my pride. It becomes a personal matter with me now, and if God sends me health, I shall set my hand upon this gang. That he should come to me for help, and that I should send him away to his death!" He sprang from his chair and paced about the room in uncontrollable agitation, with a flush upon his sallow cheeks and a nervous clasping and unclasping of his long, thin hands. "They must be cunning devils!" he exclaimed at last. "How could they have decoyed him down there? The embankment is not on the direct line to the station. The bridge, no doubt, was too crowded, even on such a night, for their purpose. Well, Watson, we shall see who will win in the long run. I am going out now." "To the police?" "No, I shall be my own police. When I have spun the web, they may take the flies, but not before." All day I was engaged in my professional work, and it was late in the evening before I returned to Baker Street. Sherlock Holmes had not come back yet. It was nearly 10 o'clock before he entered, looking pale and worn. He walked up to the sideboard, and tearing a piece from the loaf, he devoured it voraciously, washing it down with a long draught of water. "You are hungry," I remarked. "Starving. It had escaped my memory. I have had nothing since breakfast." "Nothing?" "Not a bite. I had no time to think of it." "And how have you succeeded?" "Well." "You have a clue?" "I have them in the hollow of my hand. Young Openshaw shall not long remain unavenged." Why, Watson, let us put their own devilish trademark upon them. It is well thought of. What do you mean? He took an orange from the cupboard, and tearing it to pieces he squeezed out the pips upon the table. Of these he took 5 and thrust them into an envelope. On the inside of the flap he wrote S.H. for J.O. Then he sealed it and addressed it to Captain James Calhoun, Bark, Lone Star, Savannah, Georgia. "That will await him when he enters port," he said, chuckling. "It may give him a sleepless night. He will find it as sure a precursor of his fate as Openshaw did before him." "And who is this Captain Calhoun?" "The leader of the gang. I shall have the others, but he first." "How did you trace it, then?" He took a large sheet of paper from his pocket, all covered with dates and names. "I have spent the whole day," said he, "over Lloyd's registers and files of the old papers, following the future career of every vessel which touched at Pondicherry in January and February, in '83. There were 36 ships of fair tonnage which were reported there during those months. Of these, one, the Lone Star, instantly attracted my attention, since although it was reported as having cleared from London, the name is that which is given to one of the states of the Union. Texas, I think. I was not and am not sure which, but I knew that the ship must have an American origin. What then? I searched the Dundee records, and when I found that the bark Lone Star was there in January, '85, my suspicion became a certainty. I then inquired as to the vessels which lay at present in the port of London. Yes? The Lone Star had arrived here last week. I went down to the Albert Dock, and found that she had been taken down the river by the early tide this morning, homeward bound to Savannah. I wired to Gravesend and learned that she had passed some time ago, and as the wind is easterly, I have no doubt that she is now past the Goodwins, and not very far from the Isle of Wight. What will you do then? Oh, I have my hand upon him. He and the 2 mates are, as I learn, the only native-born Americans in the ship. The others are Finns and Germans. I know also that they were all 3 away from the ship last night. I had it from the stevedore, who has been loading their cargo. By the time that their sailing ship reaches Savannah, the mail-boat will have carried this letter, and the cable will have informed the police of Savannah that these 3 gentlemen are badly wanted here upon a charge of murder. There is ever a flaw, however, in the best laid of human plans, and the murderers of John Openshaw were never to receive the orange pips which would show them that another, as cunning and as resolute as themselves, was upon their track. Very long and very severe were the equinoctial gales that year. We waited long for news of the Lone Star of Savannah, but none ever reached us. We did at last hear that somewhere far out in the Atlantic, a shattered stern-post of a boat was seen swinging in the trough of a wave, with the letters L.S. carved upon it, and that is all which we shall ever know of the fate of the Lone Star. End of The 5 Orange Pips, by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Katie Riley. July 2010.
Psalm 55, from the Bible, translated by Martin Luther. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read in German by Algie Pug. Psalm 55. Eine Unterweisung Davids fortzusingen auf Saitenspiel. Gott, erhöre mein Gebet und verbehr dich nicht vor meinem Flehen. Merke auf mich und erhöre mich, wie ich so kläglich sage und heule, dass der Feind so schreit und der Gottlose drängt, denn sie wollen mir eine Tücke beweisen und sind mir heftig gram. Mein Herz ängstet sich in meinem Leibe, und des Todes Furcht ist auf mich gefallen. Furcht und Zittern ist mich angekommen, und Grauen hat mich überfallen. Ich sprach, o hätte ich Flügel wie Tauben, da ich flöge und wo bleibe. Siehe, so wollt ich ferne wegfliehen und in der Wüste bleiben. Selah. Ich wollte eilen, dass ich entröhne vor dem Sturmwind und Wetter. Mache ihre Zunge uneins her und lass sie untergehen, denn ich sehe Frevel und Hade in der Stadt. Solches geht Tag und Nacht um und um auf ihren Mauern, und Mühe und Arbeit ist drinnen. Schaden tun regieret drinnen, Lügen und Trügen lässig vor ihre Gasse. Wenn mich doch mein Feind schändete, wollte ich's leiden, und wenn mein Hasse wider mich pochte, wollte ich mich vor ihm verbergen. Du aber bist mein Geselle, mein Freund und mein Verwandte, die mir freundlich miteinander waren unter uns. Wir wandelten im Hause Gottes unter der Menge. Der Tod übereile sie, dass sie lebendig in die Höhle fahren, denn es ist eitel Bosheit unter ihrem Haufen. Ich aber will zu Gott rufen, und der Herr wird mir helfen. Des Abends, morgens und mittags will ich klagen und heulen, so wird er meine Stimme hören. Er erlöst meine Seele von denen, die an mich wollen, und schafft ihr Ruhe, denn ihre viele sind wider mich. Gott wird hören und sie demütigen, der alle Wege bleibt. Selah. Denn sie werden nicht anders und fürchten Gott nicht. Sie legen ihre Hände an seine friedsamen und entheiligen seinen Bund. Ihr Mund ist glätte denn Butter, und sie haben Krieg im Sinn. Ihre Worte sind gelinde denn Öl und sind doch bloße Schwerte. Wirf dein Anliegen auf den Herrn, der wird dich versorgen und wird den Gerechten nicht ewiglich in Unruhe lassen. Aber Gott, du wirst sie hinunterstoßen in die tiefe Grube, die Blutgierigen und Falschen werden ihr Leben nicht zur Hälfte bringen. Ich aber hoffe auch dich. End of Psalm 55. From the Bible, translated by Martin Luther.
Adventures of Captain Woodward and 5 Seamen in the Island of Celebes. By Anonymous. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the year 1791, Woodward sailed from Boston in the ship Robert Morris, Captain Hay, for the East Indies. On his arrival there, he was employed in making country voyages until the 20th of January, when he sailed as chief mate in an American ship from Batavia bound to Manila. In passing through the Straits of Macassar, they found the wind and current both against them, and after beating up for 6 weeks, they fell short of provision. Captain Woodward and 5 seamen were sent to purchase some from a vessel about 4 leagues distant. They were without water, provisions, or compass, having on board only an axe, a boat hook, 2 penknives, a useless gun, and $40 in cash. They reached the ship at sunset, and were told by the captain that he had no provision to spare, as he was bound to China, and was victualled for only 1 month. He advised them to stay until morning, which they did. But when morning dawned, Their own ship was out of sight even from the masthead, and with a fair wind for her to go through the Straits of Macassar. Being treated coolly by the captain, they agreed with one voice to leave the ship in search of their own. On leaving the vessel, the captain gave them 12 musket cartridges and a round bottle of brandy, but neither water nor provision of any sort. They rowed till 12 o'clock at night, in hopes of seeing their own vessel, and then, drawing near an island, they thought it prudent to go there to get some fresh water. They landed, and made a large fire in hopes their ship might see it. But not being able to see anything of her in the morning, and finding no water or provisions on the island, they continued their course in the middle of the straits 6 days longer, without going on shore or tasting of anything but brandy. They soon had the shore of Celebes in sight, where they determined to go in search of provisions, and then to proceed to Macassar. As they approached the shore they saw 2 proas full of natives, who immediately put themselves in a posture of defense. The sailors made signs to them that they wanted provisions, but instead of giving it, the Malays began to brandish their cresses, or steel daggers. 3 of the men jumped on board of a proa to beg some Indian corn, and got 3 or 4 small ears. The chief seemed quite friendly, and agreed to sell Captain Woodward 2 cocoa nuts for $1, but as soon as he had received the money, he immediately began to strip him in search of more. Captain Woodward defended himself with a hatchet, and ordered the boat to be shoved off. The chief levelled a musket at him, but fortunately it missed him. They then stood off, went round a point of land, and landed out of sight of the proas, when they found a plenty of cocoa-nut trees. Captain Woodward, while engaged in cutting them down, heard the man whom he had left to take care of the boat, scream out in a most bitter manner. He ran immediately to the beach, where he saw his own boat off at some distance, full of Malays, and the poor fellow who guarded it lying on his back with his throat cut, and his body stabbed in several places. They now fled immediately to the mountains, and finding that they had lost their boat, money, and most of their clothes, they concluded that their only chance of escape was to get to Macassar by land. Being afraid to travel in the daytime, they set out in the evening, taking a star for their guide, bearing south. But they soon lost sight of the star, and at daylight found themselves within a few rods of the place where they had set out. They had travelled on the side of a mountain, and had gone quite round it, instead of going straight over it. They started again, and travelled by the sea-shore 6 nights successively, living on berries and water found in the hollows of trees. On the 6th they arrived at a bay where they saw a party of the Malays fishing. Here Captain Woodward found some yellowish berries, which were to him quite palatable, but his men, not liking them, ate some of the leaves. On the next day they concluded to make a raft and go to the small island on which they first landed, thinking that they might be taken off from it by some ship passing that way. But they were obliged to abandon this project, for in the evening the men who had eaten the leaves were attacked with violent pains and were crying out in torture during the whole night. Although they got better towards evening, yet they were so weak and dejected that Captain Woodward was convinced that they could not reach the island, and asked them if they were willing to surrender themselves to the Malays. On reflection they all thought this the best course which they could take, and forthwith proceeded to the bay where they had seen the Malays in the morning, in order at once either to find friends or to meet their fate. At first they saw no one, but Captain Woodward soon saw 3 of the natives approaching him, and ordering his men to keep quiet, he advanced alone until he had come within a short distance of them, where they stopped and drew out their cresses or knives. Captain Woodward fell on his knees and begged for mercy. The Malays looked at him for about 10 minutes with their knives drawn, when one of them came towards him, knelt in the same manner, and offered both his hands. More natives now came up and stripped them of their hats and handkerchiefs, and even the buttons on their jackets, which they took for money. They were now taken to Travalla, and carried to the court-house or judgment hall, accompanied by a great concourse of people, including women and children, who made a circle at some distance from them. The chief soon entered, looking as wild as a madman, carrying in his hand a large drawn cress or knife, the blade of which was 2 feet and a half long, and very bright. Captain Woodward approached so near to him as to place the foot of the chief on his own head, as a token that he was completely under his power and direction. The chief, after holding a short consultation, returned to his house and brought out 5 pieces of betel nut, which he gave to the sailors as a token of friendship. They were now permitted to rest until about 8 o'clock, when they were carried to the Rajah's house, where they found a supper provided for them of sago bread and peas, but in all hardly enough for one man. Their allowance afterwards was for each man a cocoa nut and an ear of Indian corn at noon, and the same at night. In this manner they lived about 20 days, but were not allowed to go out except to the water to bathe. The natives soon began to relax their vigilance over them, and in about 4 months they were conveyed to the head Rajah of Parlow. They had not been there long when the head Rajah sent to a Dutch port called Prigya, which is at the head of a deep bay on the east side of the island, and which is under the care of a commandant who was a Frenchman, and had been 30 years in the Dutch service. He arrived at Parlow and sent for Captain Woodward. He wished him to go with him to Prigya, where he resided, but Captain Woodward refused, being apprehensive that he should be forced into the Dutch service. The commandant then inquired where he intended to go. He answered to Batavia or Macassar, and thence to Bengal. He did not offer Captain Woodward or his people either money, assistance, or clothes, but seemed quite affronted. The Rajah now gave him the liberty of returning to Travalla, taking care, however, to send him in the night for fear that he should get sight of Dungally, where there lived a Mohammedan priest called Juan Hadgi. This priest had been at Travalla, and offered a ransom for Captain Woodward and his men, but the natives were unwilling to take it, and were fearful that their captives would try to escape to the town, where the priest lived. It happened, however, that they were becalmed off Dungally, so that Captain Woodward could observe its situation. On arriving at Travalla he attempted to escape alone by water, but the canoe being leaky, he came very near losing his life. But not discouraged, he started immediately for Dungally by land, and reached it just as the day dawned. Juan Hadgi received him kindly, and provided him with food and clothing. In the course of 3 days, the chief of Travalla, learning that he had gone to Dungally, sent after him, but the old priest and the Rajah of Dungally refused to let him go. They told him that in the course of 3 months they would convey him to Batavia or Macassar, and also desired him to send for the 4 men he had left at Travalla. This he did by means of a letter which he wrote with a pen of bamboo, and sent by the captain of a proa, who delivered it secretly. The men made their escape from Parlow, at the time of a feast, early in the evening, and arrived at Dungally at 12 o'clock the next day. They were received with great rejoicing by the natives, who immediately brought them plenty of victuals, and this fortunate circumstance revived their hopes of reaching some European settlement, after many narrow escapes and difficulties. Juan Hadgi now informed Captain Woodward that he should set off in about 2 months, but that he must first make a short voyage for provisions, which he did, leaving Captain Woodward in his house with his wife and 2 servants. They soon began to suffer exceedingly for the want of provisions, so that the natives were obliged to convey them up the country, there to be supplied by some of the same tribe, who regularly went from the village into the country at a certain season to cultivate rice and Indian corn. But the Rajah of Parlow, making war on the Rajah of Dungally, because the latter would not deliver them up, they were soon brought back to Dungally. There was but one engagement, and then the men of Parlow were beaten and driven back to their own town. Provisions again growing scarce, Juan Hadgi was bound for another port called Salya, situated about 2 degrees north of the line. He gave Captain Woodward permission to accompany him, provided the Rajah was willing, but the latter refused, saying that he must stay there and keep guard. Captain Woodward now mustered his men, and taking their guns, they went to the house of the Rajah and told him they would stand guard no longer, for they wished to go to Macassar. He immediately replied that they should not, Being determined not to live longer in this manner, and finding no other means of escaping, Captain Woodward came to the resolution of stealing a canoe, to which all the men agreed. They were lucky enough to obtain one, and seemed in a fair way to make their escape, but just as they were getting into it, they were surrounded by about 20 natives, and carried before the Rajah, who ordered them to account for their conduct. They told him that they could get nothing to eat, and were determined to quit the place on the first opportunity that offered. Nothing of consequence resulted from this. Knowing the language and people, they had now become fearless of danger. The Rajah refusing to let them go with one Hadji, they determined to run away with him, which they were enabled to do, as the old man set out at 12 o'clock at night, and there happened luckily to be a canoe on the beach near his own. This they took, and followed him as well as they could, but they soon parted from him, and in the morning discovered a proa close by them, filled with Malays. They told them that they were bound with the old man to Salya. The Malays took them at their word and carried them there instead of to Dungally, which was a lucky escape to them for that time. Whilst residing at Salya, the old priest carried Captain Woodward to an island in the bay of Salya, which he granted to him, and in compliment called it Steersman's Island, steersman being the appellation by which Captain Woodward was distinguished by the natives. After staying some time in Salya and making sago, which they bartered for fish and cocoa-nuts, they left the place and proceeded to Dumpalis, a little to the southward of Salya. One Hadji soon left the place for Tombeau, about a day's sail south, where he had business. Here Captain Woodward and his men also followed him. The old priest was willing to assist them to escape from here, but was evidently unable to do it, Tombeau being under the direction of the Rajah of Dungally. Fortunately they succeeded in stealing a canoe in the night, and once more shoving off, they directed their course to a small island in the bay, where they landed at daybreak. Not being able to find water here as they expected, they landed at another point of land, which they knew to be uninhabited. Having obtained water and repaired their canoe, they directed their course to Macassar, which was then about 5 degrees to the southward. After coasting along the island for the space of 8 days, during which time they were twice very nearly taken by the Malays, they arrived at a part of the island of Celebes, which was very thickly inhabited. They passed many towns, and saw many proas within the harbors. Having observed a retired place, they landed to procure some fresh water, but they had hardly got a draught each, when 2 canoes were seen coming to the very place where they were. They immediately shoved off, and kept on their course all day. Just as the sun went down, they discovered 2 canoes not far from them fishing. As soon as the natives saw them, they made the best of their way to the shore. Captain Woodward wished to inquire the distance to Macassar, but not being able to stop them, he made for one of 2 canoes, which he saw, at a distance, lying at anchor. Being told that the captain was below and asleep, he went down and awakened him. He came on deck with 3 or 4 men, all armed with spears, and inquired where they were going. Captain Woodward told him to Macassar, and inquired of him the distance to that place. He answered that it would take a month and a day to reach it. Captain Woodward told him it was not true, and made the best of his way off. The Malays, however, made chase, but Captain Woodward and his men, by putting out to sea and making great exertion, soon lost sight of them, and were able again to stand in towards the land. At daylight they discovered a number of fishing canoes, 2 of which made towards them. They let them come alongside, as there was only 1 man in each. One of them came on board, and Captain Woodward put the same question to him respecting Macassar. He first said it would take 30 days to reach there, and asked them to go on shore and see the Rajah. But they declined doing this, and he afterwards acknowledged that a proa could go there in 2 days. They then left the canoe and sailed along the coast. At evening they perceived a proa full of Malay men set off from the shore. It was soon alongside, and 4 of them jumping into the boat nearly upset her, and thus Captain Woodward and his men were again prisoners of the Malays. They were carried to a town called Pamboon, and the men conducted to the Rajah's house. the Rajah demanded of them whence they came and whither they were going. Captain Woodward answered the same as before. He also told him that they must go immediately, and must not be stopped. They had now become so familiar with dangers and with captures, and were also so much nearer Macassar than they could have expected after so many narrow escapes, that they became more and more desperate and confident, from the persuasion that they should at last reach their destined port. In the morning Captain Woodward again waited on the Rajah, and begged to be sent to Macassar, telling him that the governor had sent for them, who would stop all his proas at Macassar if he detained them. After thinking on it for a short time, he called the captain of a proa, and delivered the prisoners to him, telling him to carry them to Macassar, and if he could get anything for them, to take it, but if not, to let them go. The proa not being ready, they stayed in the canoe 3 days, quite overcome by their many hardships and fatigues. Captain Woodward having had no shirt, the sun had burnt his shoulders so as to lay it quite bare and produce a bad sore. Here he caught cold, and was attacked with a violent fever, so that by the time the proa was ready to sail, he was unable to stand. He was carried and laid on the deck without a mat or any kind of clothing. The cold nights and frequent showers of rain would without doubt have killed him, had he not been kept alive by the hopes of reaching Macassar, the thoughts of which kept up all their spirits. They landed at Macassar on the 15th of June, 1795, after a voyage of about 19 days from Tombeau, and after having been 2 years and 5 months in captivity, the reckoning which Captain Woodward kept during that time being wrong only 1 day. End of Adventures of Captain Woodward and 5 Seamen in the Island of Celebes. Recording by Katie Riley. July 2010. "5 O'Clock Tea" by Arthur Gray. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There is a fallacy among certain tea fanciers that the origin of 5 o'clock tea was due to hygienic demand. These students of the stomach contend that as a tonic and gentle stimulant, when not taken with meat, is not to be equaled. With meat or any but light food, it is considered harmful. Taken between luncheon and dinner, it drives away fatigue and acts as a tonic. This is good if true, but it is only a theory, after all. Our theory is that 5 o'clock in the afternoon is the ladies' leisure hour, and that the taking of tea at that time is an escape from ennui. End of 5 O'Clock Tea. Recording by Katie Riley. July 2010.
Das mehr als 5 Sinne für den Menschen sein können, von Gotthold Ephraim Lessing. Dies ist eine Aufnahme zum 5-jährigen Jubiläum von LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind lizenzfrei und in öffentlichem Besitz. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org, aufgenommen von Elli. Das mehr als 5 Sinne für den Menschen sein können, von Gotthold Ephraim Lessing. 1. Die Seele ist ein einfaches Wesen, welches unendlicher Vorstellungen fähig ist. 2. Da sie aber ein endliches Wesen ist, so ist sie dieser unendlichen Vorstellungen nicht auf einmal fähig, sondern erlangt sie nach und nach in einer unendlichen Folge von Zeit. 3. Wenn sie ihre Vorstellungen nach und nach erlangt, so muss es eine Ordnung geben, nach welcher und ein Maß, in welchem sie dieselbe erlangt. 4. Diese Ordnung und dieses Maß sind die Sinne. 5. Solcher Sinne hat sie gegenwärtig 5. Aber nichts kann uns bewegen zu glauben, dass sie Vorstellungen zu haben sofort mit diesen 5 Sinnen angefangen habe. 6. Wenn die Natur nirgends einen Sprung tut, so wird auch die Seele unter allen Staffeln durchgegangen sein, ehe sie auf die gekommen, auf welcher sie sich gegenwärtig befindet. Sie wird es jeden dieser 5 Sinne einzeln, hierauf alle 10 Amben, alle 10 Ternen und alle 5 Quaternen derselben gehabt haben, ehe alle 5 zusammen zuteil geworden. 7. Dieses ist der Weg, den sie bereits gemacht, auf welchem ihrer Stationen nur sehr wenige können gewesen sein, wenn es wahr ist, dass der Weg, den sie noch zu machen hat, in ihrem jetzigen Zustande so einförmig bleibt. Das ist, wenn es wahr ist, dass außer diesen 5 Sinnen keine anderen Sinne möglich, dass sie in alle Ewigkeiten diese 5 Sinne behält und bloß durch die Vervollkommnung derselben der Reichtum ihrer Vorstellung anwächst. 8. Aber wie sehr erweitert sich dieser ihr zurückgelegter Weg, wenn wir den noch zu machenden auf eine des Schöpfers würdige Art betrachten, das ist, wenn wir annehmen, das weit mehrere Sinne möglich, welche die Seele alle schon einzeln, schon alle nach ihren einfachen Komplexionen, das ist jede 2, jede 3, jede 4 zusammen gehabt hat, ehe sie zu dieser jetzigen Verbindung von 5 Sinnen gelangt ist. 9. Was Grenzen setzt, heißt Materie. 10. Die Sinne bestimmen die Grenzen der Vorstellungen der Seele. Die Sinne sind folglich Materie. 11. Sobald die Seele Vorstellungen zu haben anfing, hatte sie einen Sinn, war sie folglich mit Materie verbunden. 12. Aber nicht sofort mit einem organischen Körper, denn ein organischer Körper ist die Verbindung mehrerer Sinne. 13. Jedes Stäubchen der Materie kann einer Seele zu einem Sinn dienen. Das ist, die ganze materielle Welt bis in ihre kleinsten Teile beseelt. 14. Stäubchen, die der Seele zu einerlei Sinne dienen, machen homogene Urstoffe. 15. Wenn man wissen könnte, wie viel homogene Massen die materielle Welt enthielte, so könnte man auch wissen, wie viele Sinne möglich wären. 16. Aber wozu das? Genug, dass wir zuverlässig wissen, dass mehr als 5 der gleichen homogene Massen existieren, welchen unsere gegenwärtigen 5 Sinne entsprechen. 17. Nämlich so wie der homogenen Masse, durch welche die Körper in den Stand der Sichtbarkeit kommen, dem Lichte, der Sinn des Gesichts entspricht, so können und werden gewiss ZE der elektrischen Materie oder der magnetischen Materie ebenfalls besondere Sinne entsprechen, durch welche wir es unmittelbar erkennen, ob sich die Körper mit dem Stande der Elektrizität oder in dem Stande des Magnetismus befinden, welches wir jetzt nicht anders als aus angestellten Versuchen wissen können. Alles, was wir jetzt noch von der Elektrizität oder von dem Magnetismus wissen oder in diesem menschlichen Zustande wissen können, ist nicht mehr als was Sanderson von der Optik wusste. Kaum aber werden wir den Sinn der Elektrizität oder den Sinn des Magnetismus selbst haben, so wird es uns gehen, wie es Sanderson würde ergangen sein, wenn er auf einmal das Gesicht erhalten hätte. Es wird auf einmal für uns eine ganz neue Welt voll der herrlichsten Phänomene entstehen, von denen wir uns jetzt ebenso wenig einen Begriff machen können, als er sich von Licht und Farben machen konnte. 18. Und so, wie wir jetzt von der magnetischen und elektrischen Kraft oder von dem homogenen Urstoffe, Massen, in welchem diese Kräfte wirksam sind, versichert sein können, oder man gleich irgendeinmal wenig oder gar nichts von ihnen gewusst, ebenso können wir uns von 100, von 1000 anderen Kräften in ihren Massen versichert halten, obgleich wir von ihnen noch nichts wissen, welchen allen ein besonderer Sinn entspricht. 19. Von der Zahl dieser uns noch unbekannten Sinne ist nichts zu sagen. Sie kann nicht unendlich sein, sondern sie muss bestimmt sein, ob sie schon von uns nicht bestimmbar ist. 20. Denn wenn sie unendlich wäre, so würde die Seele in alle Ewigkeit auch nicht einmal zum Besitze zweier Sinne zugleich haben gelangen können. 21. Ebenso ist auch nichts von den Phänomenen zu sagen, unter welchen die Seele im Besitz jedes einzelnen Sinnes erscheint. 22. Wenn wir nur 4 Sinne hätten und der Sinn des Gesichts uns fehlte, so würden wir uns von diesem ebenso wenig einen Begriff machen können als von einem 6. Sinne. Und also darf man an der Möglichkeit eines 6. Sinnes und mehrere Sinne ebenso wenig zweifeln, als wir in jenem Zustand an der Möglichkeit eines 5. zweifeln dürften. Der Sinn des Gesichts dient uns, die Materie des Lichts empfindbar zu machen, und alle derselben Verhältnisse anderer Körper. Wie viel andere dergleichen Materie kann es nicht noch geben, die ebenso allgemein durch die Schöpfung verbreitet ist? Dieses mein System ist gewiss das älteste aller philosophischen Systeme, denn es ist eigentlich nichts als das System der Seelenpräexistenz und Metempsychose, welches nicht allein schon Pythagoras und Plato, sondern auch vor ihnen Ägypter und Chaldäer und Perser, kurz alle Weisen des Orients, gedacht haben. Und schon dieses muss ein gutes Vorurteil dafür wirken. Die erste und älteste Meinung ist in spekulativen Dingen immer die wahrscheinlichste, weil der gesunde Menschenverstand sofort darauf verfiel. Es war nur dieses älteste und wie ich glaubte einzig wahrscheinliche System durch 2 Dinge verstellt. Einmal Ende von dass mehr als 5 Sinne für den Menschen sein können, von Gotthold Ephraim Lessing, gelesen von Elli, Juli 2010.
The 5 indispensable authors, Homer, Dante, Cervantes, Goethe, Shakespeare, by James Russell Lowell. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The study of literature, that it may be fruitful, that it may not result in a mere gathering of names and dates and phrases, must be a study of ideas, and not of words, of periods rather than of men, or only of such men as are great enough or individual enough to reflect as much light upon their age as they in turn receive from it. To know literature as the elder Disraeli knew it is at best only an amusement, an accomplishment, great indeed for the dilettante, but valueless for the scholar. Detached facts are nothing in themselves, and become of worth only in their relation to one another. It is little, for example, to know the date of Shakespeare, something more that he and Cervantes were contemporaries, and a great deal that he grew up in a time fermenting with reformation in church and state, when the intellectual impulse from the invention of printing had scarcely reached its climax, and while the New World stung the imaginations of men with its immeasurable promise and its temptations to daring adventure. Facts in themselves are clumsy and cumbrous, the cowrie currency of isolated and uninventive men. Generalizations, conveying great sums of knowledge in a little space, mark the epoch of free interchange of ideas, of higher culture, and of something better than provincial scholarship. But generalizations, again, though in themselves the work of a happier moment, of some genetic flash in the brain of man, gone before one can say it lightens, are the result of ideas slowly gathered and long steeped and clarified in the mind, each in itself a composite of the carefully observed relations of separate and seemingly disparate facts. What is the pedigree of almost all great fortunes? Through vast combinations of trade, forlorn hopes of speculation, you trace them up to a clear head and a self-earned sixpence. It is the same with all large mental accumulations. They begin with a steady brain and the first solid result of thought, however small, the nucleus of speculation. The true aim of the scholar is not to crowd his memory, but to classify and sort it, till what was a heap of chaotic curiosities becomes a museum of science. It may well be questioned whether the invention of printing, while it democratized information, has not also leveled the ancient aristocracy of thought. By putting a library within the power of everyone, it has taught men to depend on their shelves rather than on their brains. It has supplanted a strenuous habit of thinking with a loose indolence of reading, which relaxes the muscular fibre of the mind. When men had few books, they mastered those few, but now the multitude of books lord it over the man. The costliness of books was a great refiner of literature. Men disposed of single volumes by will, with as many provisions and precautions as if they had been great landed estates. A mitre would hardly have overjoyed Petrarch as much as did the finding of a copy of Virgil. The problem for the scholar was formerly how to acquire books. For us it is how to get rid of them. Instead of gathering, we must sift. When Confucius made his collection of Chinese poems, he saved but 310 out of more than 3,000, and it has consequently survived until our day. In certain respects the years do our weeding for us. In our youth we admire the verses which answer our mood. As we grow older, we like those better which speak to our experience. At last we come to look only upon that as poetry which appeals to that original nature in us which is deeper than all moods and wiser than all experience. Before a man is 40, he has broken many idols, and the milestones of his intellectual progress are the gravestones of the dead and buried enthusiasms of his dethroned gods. There are certain books which it is necessary to read, but they are very few. Looking at the matter from an aesthetic point of view merely, I should say that thus far one man has been able to use type so universal and to draw figures so cosmopolitan that they are equally true in all languages and equally acceptable to the whole Indo-European branch, at least of the human family. That man is Homer, and there needs, it seems to me, no further proof of his individual existence than this very fact of the solitary unapproachableness of the Iliad and the Odyssey. The more wonderful they are, the more likely to be the work of one person. Nowhere is the purely natural man presented to us so nobly and sincerely as in these poems. Not far below these I should place the Divina Commedia of Dante, in which the history of the spiritual man is sketched with equal command of material and grandeur of outline. Don Quixote stands upon the same level, and receives the same universal appreciation. Here we have the spiritual and the natural man set before us in humorous contrast. In the knight and his squire, Cervantes has typified the two opposing poles of our dual nature, the imagination and the understanding as they appear in contradiction. This is the only comprehensive satire ever written, for it is utterly independent of time, place, and manners. Faust gives us the natural history of the human intellect, Mephistopheles being merely the projected impersonation of that scepticism which is the invariable result of a purely intellectual culture. These 4 books are the only ones in which universal facts of human nature and experience are ideally represented. They can, therefore, never be displaced. Whatever moral significance there may be in certain episodes of the Odyssey, the man of the Homeric poems is essentially the man of the senses and the understanding, to whom the other world is alien and therefore repulsive. There is nothing that demonstrates this more clearly, as there is nothing in my judgment more touching and picturesque in all poetry than that passage in the 11th book of the Odyssey, where the shade of Achilles tells Ulysses that he would rather be the poorest shepherd boy on a Grecian hill than king over the unsubstantial shades of Hades. Dante's poem, on the other hand, sets forth the passage of man from the world of sense to that of spirit, in other words, his moral conversion. It is Dante relating his experience in the great camp meeting of mankind, but relating it, by virtue of his genius, so representatively that it is no longer the story of one man, but of all men. Then comes Cervantes, showing the perpetual and comic contradiction between the spiritual and the natural man in actual life, marking the transition from the age of the imagination to that of the intellect, and lastly Goethe, the poet of a period in which a purely intellectual culture reached its maximum of development, depicts its one-sidedness and its consequent failure. These books, then, are not national, but human, and record certain phases of man's nature, certain stages of his moral progress. They are gospels in the lay Bible of the race. It will remain for the future poet to write the epic of the complete man, as it remains for the future world to afford the example of his entire and harmonious development. I have not mentioned Shakespeare, because his works come under a different category. Though they mark the very highest level of human genius, they yet represent no special epoch in the history of the individual mind. The man of Shakespeare is always the man of actual life, as he is acted upon by the worlds of sense and of spirit under certain definite conditions. We all of us may be in the position of Macbeth or Othello or Hamlet, and we appreciate their sayings and deeds potentially, so to speak, rather than actually, through the sympathy of our common nature and not of our experience. But with the 4 books I have mentioned, our relation is a very different one. We all of us grow up through the Homeric period of the senses. We all feel at some time, sooner or later, the need of something higher, and, like Dante, shape our theory of the divine government of the universe. We all, with Cervantes, discover the rude contrast between the ideal and the real, and with Goethe, the unattainableness of the highest good through the intellect alone. Therefore, I set these books by themselves. I do not mean that we read them, or for their full enjoyment need to read them, in this light, but I believe that this fact of their universal and perennial application to our consciousness and our experience accounts for their permanence, and ensures their immortality. End of The 5 Indispensable Authors by James Russell Lowell.
The 5 Little Fairies by Maud Burnham. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Said this little fairy, I'm as thirsty as can be. Said this little fairy, I'm hungry too, dear me. Said this little fairy, who'll tell us where to go? Said this little fairy, I'm sure that I don't know. Said this little fairy, let's brew some dewdrop tea. So they sipped it and ate honey beneath the maple tree. End of The 5 Little Fairies by Maud Burnham. Read by Ruth Golding.
$. 500 by Heman White Chaplin. 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 500 by Heman This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. $500 by Heman White Chaplin. 1. Captain Philo's sail loft was a pleasant place to sit in, and it was much frequented. At one end was a wide sliding door that opened on the water, and through it you saw the little harbor and the low glistening sandbar at its entrance, and whitecaps in the sea beyond and shining sails. At the other end another wide door led by a gently descending cleated platform to the ground. It was a pleasant place to rest and refresh the mind in, whether you chose to look in or out. You could rock in the haircloth chair by the water door and join in conversation with more active persons mending seines upon the wharf. Or you could dangle your heels from the workbench and listen to the stories and debates inside, and look on Captain Philo sewing upon a mainsail. It was a summer afternoon, warm under the silver poplars, hot in the store and hotter in the open street, but the sail loft was cool. "More than once," Captain Bennet was remarking from the rocking-chair while his prunella shoes went up and down, "more than once I wished that I could freight this loft to Calcutta on speculation and let it out so much ahead for so long a time to set in and cool off." "How about them porous water jars they have there?" asked Uncle Silas, who had never sailed beyond Cape Pogue. "How do they work?" "Well," said the captain, "they're so-so. But you set up this loft, both doors slid open, air drawing through and all, right on Calcutta Main Street, or what they call the Maiden's Esplanade, and fitted up with settees like a conference meeting, and advertise, and you could let out chances to set for 20 cents an hour." "You'd have to have a man to take tickets to the door," said Uncle Silas, who had been looking for an easy job for 40 years. "That's Si all over," said Captain Bennet with a wink. "That berth would be just his size." "Well," said Uncle Silas, faintly smiling, "it's no use rubbing the fur the wrong way. Stroke the world from head to tail is my rule." "Speaking of folks being easy," said Captain Bennet, "it seems there's quite a little story about David Prince's voyage on the Viola." "I thought he went off whaling rather in a hurry," said Captain Philo. "And if it had been most anybody else, I should have thought there was something up." "It seems," said Captain Bennet, "it was like this. You know, Delia wasn't much over 10 years old when her mother died, along a piece after her father, and she came to live with us. And you know how she was almost like one of the family. Well, about 8 years ago, when she'd got to be towards 19, it was then that David first set out to shine up to her. And when he begun to come home from singing school with her that winter, and got to come into the house quite often the next spring along, I begun to feel a little shaky. Finally, one Sunday afternoon, I was sitting out on the porch, and she was singing hymns inside. You know she was always singing. And I called to her to quit and come out, and sit down alongside of me, and says I, 'Delia, it can't be you're thinking of taking up with David Prince?' Well, she flared a little, and finally says she, 'Why shouldn't I, or anybody that has the chance, take David Prince?' Well, says I don't think you need to ask why. I should say that a smart girl wouldn't want more than to travel once along the lower road and see those 2 run-down houses, one deserted and the other handy by about as bad, and the barn across the road that was raised and boarded in over 40 years ago, and never shingled, and stood so till it's all rotted and sunk in.' 'What's that got to do with David?' says she. 'It's got this to do with David,' says I, 'that his father and his uncle Ezekiel, and their father before him, good kindly men, all seemed to settle somehow, and it was all tomorrow and tomorrow with them. And then I told Delia how they sold off their wood and then their land piecemeal, all but the spot where the old buildings stand, and that's worth nothing. And that's the way,' says I, 'it'll be with David when he gets over being a boy and settles down. It's in the blood, and I don't want to see you, Delia, keel-hauled there.' 'Like David's mother, Prudence Frost that was,' said Uncle Silas. 'Originally she was a good smart girl, and full of jingle, but finally she give up and come to it. Left sleeping day out of the almanac, washed dishes in cold water, and made up beds at bedtime, and when she ironed a shirt, just like she'd iron a hoss-fly right into the bosom. "And lived a dog's life generally," said Captain Bennet, "so I laid the whole thing out to Delia the best way I knew how. "'Well,' says she, 'I know you mean my good, Captain Bennet, but I shall take my chances.' And so she did. Well, speaking of the barn," said Uncle Silas, "do you remember that high shay that David's father had? I was up to the Widow Pope's vendue the day he bid it off. He managed to spunk up so fur as to hitch the shafts under his team and fetch the vehicle home, and then he hadn't no place to put it up out of the weather, and so he druv it along under that big baldin' apple tree that used to stand by the pantry window on the north side of the house, and he left it there with the shafts clawin' down in the ground. Then the talk was he was going to build him a sort of a little tabernacle for it before the winter set in, and he had down a load of timber from Uncle Joe's mill, and he had it dumped down alongside of the shay. But the shay wasn't never once hitched up, nor the tabernacle built, and the timber and the shay just set there side by side, seein' who'd speak first, for 20 year, to my certing knowledge. And you go by there when it was blowin' fresh, and the old curtings would be flappin' in and out, black and white, till finally the whole arrangement sunk out of sight. I guess there's more or less wrack there now, if you should go pokin' the grass." "It was 31 year ago, come October, that he bought the shay," said Captain Philo. "It was the fall I was cast away on the tombstones, and lost every dollar I had. I remember it because the old man came down to the house of his own accord when I got home, and let me have $200. He'd just been selling the West New Field, and when he'd sold land and had money on hand, it was anybody's that wanted it. But what was it about David's going off so sudden on the Viola?" "Oh, yes, I forgot my errand," said Captain Bennet, "and now I've got adrift in my story, and I shall have to take an observation. Let's see, where was I?" "Delia allowed she'd take her chances," said Uncle Silas. "Oh, yes," said Captain Bennet. "Well, you know how it was when they got married. David fixed the old house up a little, and Mother put in some furniture and things for her, and all went on first rate a while. Then you know how David begun to settle just the old way, and couldn't seem to keep up to the wind, appeared to carry a lee helm somehow, and Delia begun to take in work and go out to work and quit singing. She never said a word, even to my wife, but I could see it cut her a good deal." "But all this time," said Uncle Silas, "she's kep' up smart, allers had a high crower's feather in her bunnet, and kep' up her little boys a-looking like 9-shillin' dolls." "I couldn't ever called David lazy," said Captain Philo. "He couldn't seem to make up his mind what to do next, that's all. But get him going, remember how he worked at Jason's fire, and I know of my own knowledge he was in the surf for 16 hours when that Norwegian bark was on the bar." "I think there's some folks," said Uncle Silas, "that their mind works all the time, runs a day gang and runs a night gang. You know how a hard sum'll shake itself out in your head overnight, and I think it's the most natural thing that a man with an No. 1 active mind always should feel sort of tired and not know what ails him. George, don't you just get up and hand me that pipe. You ain't doing nothing." However it was, said Captain Bennet, Delia saw that he was drifting to leeward, and she was worried. Well, you know when the Reformation set in that winter, and uncrowded houses, one night in the West Church, and the next in the other, one night David surprised his wife by going, and he sat in a back seat, and come away and said nothing, and the same the next night, and the same for 7 or 8 nights right along. Finally, one night they had a pretty searching sermon, "Choose ye this day," etc., and I suppose the deacon here was rather expecting David to rise for prayers, but instead of that, as soon as amen was said, he gets right up and off he goes and leaves Delia there without saying a word to her or to anybody, and goes right up to Captain Westcott's house and agrees to ship. And glad enough Captain W. was to have him, and next day off he went. Now here he is gone 2 years and over, and comes home night before last. His lay'll figure out $500. And the biggest thing is," here the captain brought down his heavy hand for emphasis on Uncle Silas's knee, "that Delia's kept herself and the children, and never drawn 1 cent against the voyage, so they've got the whole clear. And they've been up this morning early and traded for the Callender place, and they're going to move in tomorrow, and I guess he means business now." "But they don't get paid off till Mondays," said Uncle Silas. They're all going up to town to be paid off then." "Well, he moves in to-morrow anyway," said Captain Bennet. "Monday night, I believe he's going to pay down what he has and take a deed and give a mortgage back for the balance." But Uncle Silas gravely shook his head. "I can't endorse this running in haste," he said. "I never in all my experience knew a man before to buy real estate without sort of going up the street and talking it over and comparing notes round generally. Now, we could have given him points down here about the Callender place." "Oh, he's made a good trade there," said Captain Bennet. "That all may be," said Uncle Silas, "but it's the principle, not the 5 cents, I'm looking at. I should have had more faith in his holding out if he hadn't jumped quite so quick. Slow bind, fast find, I say." Captain Bennet rose and drew on a grass-cloth coat that showed his suspenders through. "I must be on my winding way," he said. "But did you hear how close he came to never coming back? No? Well, it was like this. It was blowing a gale and a considerable sea on one night when they were rounding Cape Horn on the home voyage, and she was pitching pretty bad, and David was out on the jib boom taking in jib, and somehow she pitched with a jerk, so he lost his hold and went off, and as he fell in the dark, naturally he struck out both hands, blind, like this, and he just happened to catch, by sheer accident, a gasket that was hanging from the jib boom, and so he saved himself by a hair's breadth. And when he came up they thought it was his ghost." "Well, I always make it a point to look on the bright side, without exception," said Uncle Silas. "Nevertheless, I prophesy it won't be 2 years before he'll have the place all eat up and sold out under the mortgage. This jumping so quick looks as if he was scatted to trust himself for a day." "Well, we shall see," said Captain Bennet. "Time will tell." There are many little farms along the New England seaboard which the currents of life, diverted from ancient channels, have left one side, pleasant and homelike often, but of small money value. The Callender place was such a farm. It lay a mile from the village in a hamlet of half a dozen dwellings. There was a substantial house with 4 large rooms below, besides an L kitchen, and above 2 sunny chambers, each with a dormer and a gable window. From the front fence projected for a hitching post a Minerva carved from wood, a figurehead washed up years before from the wreck of a brig with the bodies of the crew. The house was on a little elevation and looked across the road near which it stood and over a sloping field or two to sea. From the windows you could count the sail in the North Channel, and look down the coast and follow with the eye the long, low, curving line of shore until at Indian Point it vanished, or look up shore 10 miles to where the coastline ended in a bold, wooded headland, which seemed by a perpetual mirage to bear foliage so lofty as to show daylight through beneath the branches. At night you could see the flash of the revolving light on Windmill Rock, and the constant rays from the lightship on the Rips, so that by day or night you could never be lonesome, unless perhaps on some thick night when you could see no light, and could only hear a grating knell from the bellboy, and could seem to see, through the white darkness, the waters washing over its swaying barrel. There was a good-sized boarded barn, well shingled on the roof, with haymows, and with room for 2 or 3 cows and a horse and a wagon, and with wide doors, fore and aft, as the neighbors put it. Through its big front door you could look out to the sea. There were 20 acres of land, including a woodlot which could be thinned out every year to give one all his firewood, and what was cut could hardly be missed. Such was the place which on the death of the widow Callender had been offered for sale for $800. For months it had stood empty, stormed by all the sea winds, lit up by the sun, when at last an unexpected buyer had turned up in David Prince. It was a happy Sunday that he passed with his little family at the new home. They went all over the house again and again, and looked from every window, and planned where the flower frames would be put to take the sun. Then, going out of doors, they inspected the revolving clothes-dryer, which David, with a seaman's instinct, had already rigged with 4 little sloops to sail about on the ends of the projecting arms, on Mondays, tacking after shirts and stockings. Then they went to the barn, and David showed how he was going to cover the sides with spruce shingles, so that he could have a warm place to work in the winter. Then they went over the fields and planned a garden for the next spring. And then they went down to the shore, and where a little arm of the sea made in, David showed where he would haul up his dory and would keep his boat when he could afford to get one together. In the meantime he was going to fish on shares with Jacob Foster, who lived a few rods up the road. Then they all strolled back to the house and dined on shorebirds shot on Saturday afternoon, and new potatoes and turnips which Jacob Foster had brought in. After dinner they all sat at the front windows, in the room which they were pleased to call the parlour, David holding on his knees the two oldest boys, delighted with the recovery of such a Sinbad of a father, while the third, still a little shy of him, stood by his mother. David told of the voyage, repeating by request full half a dozen times the story of the night when he was snapped off the end of the jib boom, to do which he had to set the boys down and stand to make the swift sudden clutch with his eyes shut at the towing rope, at which the boys screamed on every repetition. After supper David and his wife, leaving the children with orders to go to bed at the first flash from the windmill, went to church. They took the same back seat which they had the night that David shipped. There was bald-headed Deacon Luce in his usual Damocles seat exactly beneath the dangling chandelier, which children watched in morbid hope of a horror. There was the president of the Dorcas Society, a grey-haired woman who had navigated home a full-rigged ship of the Gold Coast. There were the grave-faced men who, among them, could have charted half the globe. In the pulpit was the same old-fashioned, bookish man who, having led his college class, had passed his life in this unknown parish, lost in delight, in his study, in the great Athenian's handling of the presumptuous Glaucon, or simply unfolding parables in his pulpit. That former night came vividly back to Delia Prince. Through the opening hymn, in which she did not join, through the story of the feast in Simon's house, she was thinking of the time when David told her he had shipped, and she had made up her mind to save a home. But in the second hymn she joined, and in her joy she forgot herself and sang, as she had been used to sing when she was the leader of all the singing. In a moment they all knew that she was there. Thus far the Lord hath led me on, thus far his power prolongs my days, and every evening shall make known some fresh memorial of his grace. 2. M. Isaacs was over the door. Mr. Isaacs was within. Without, 3 golden balls were hanging, like apples of the Hesperides. Within was an array of goods which the 3 balls had brought in. Mr. Isaacs was walking to and fro behind the counter, and briskly rubbing his hands. "My good wife Sarah," he said, with a strong Semitic accent, "those sudden raw east winds, I am so frozen as if I was enjoying myself upon the skating rink. And here it is the summer. Where is that long spring overcoat that German men hypothecated with us last evening? Between the saddle and the golden lace uniform, you say?" And taking it down by means of a long hooked pole, he put it on. It covered his ears and swept the ground. "It make me look like Aaron in those pictures," he said. It would have been a grasping disposition that could not be suited with something from out Mr. Isaac's stock. It would have been hard to name a faculty of the human soul, or a member of the human body, to which it could not lend aid and comfort. One musically inclined could draw the wailing bow or sway the accordion, pucker at the pensive flute, or beat the martial soul-arousing drum. One stripped, as it were, on his way to Jericho, could slink in here and select for himself a fig leaf from a whole Eden of cutaway coats and wide checkered trousers, all fitting "to surprise yourself," and could be quite sure of finding a pair of boots, of whatever size was needed, of the very finest custom hand-work, a misfit made for a gentleman in New York. A devout man, according to his leanings, could pray from the prayer book of an impoverished Episcopalian, or sing from the hymn book of an insolvent Baptist. "So help me gracious," Mr. Isaacs used to say, raising his shoulders and opening wide his palms, "when you find a man so ungrateful that he cannot be fitted out with somethings from my stock, I really suppose you could not fit that man out in paradise." Mr. Isaacs was looking nervous, but it was not by the images which his ordinary stock and trade would naturally cause to arise that he was disturbed, images though they were of folly, improvidence, and distress. There was indeed hardly an article in the shop, except the new plated jewellery in the window, that was not suggestive of misery or sin. But in Mr. Isaac's well-poised mind no morbid fancies arose. "Those hard winters makes me cheerful," he was wont to say in the fall. They makes the business lively." Still, Mr. Isaacs was a little troubled this afternoon, and singularly enough about a most happy purchase that he had just made at 90% below value. There the articles lay upon the counter: a silk hat, a long surtout, a gold-headed cane, and a pair of large rubbers; a young man's derby hat and overcoat and rattan cane, and a pair of arctics; a lady's bonnet and dolman and arctics; a young girl's hat with a soft bird's breast, and her sealskin sack and arctics; besides 4 small boys' hats and coats and arctics. It seemed as if some modern Elijah, a family man expectant of translation, had made with thrifty forethought an arrangement that Mr. Isaac's shop should be the point of departure, and flying off in joyous haste with wife and children, had left the general raiment on the counter. You would naturally have looked for a skylit hole in the ceiling. "So help me gracious," said Mr. Isaacs, turning the articles over, "I suppose there's some policeman just so wicked and soospicious to say I must know those garments are stolen, scooped off some hat tree, the last winter, at one grab." "Why do you enter those in de book together?" said Mrs. Isaac. "If you put those separate in de book, how de policeman know they came in together?" "That is a great danger, Sarah. That's just the way they fix our good friend Greenbaum. When they caught the chief, and he tell them where he sell some things, and Greenbaum had put down those earrings and those bracelets that Balmoral's skirt for 3 different times, they say he must know those things was stolen. If not, why did he put those things down different from each other? But so help me gracious," he added presently, "I have not the least soospicions, like the babes unborn, these goods are stolen. The man that brought them in was very frank and very much of a gentleman, and he lay his hand upon his bosom pin, and swear he sell those things because he has no more use for them. His family all sick of typhoid fever, and cannot live the week out. But I suppose there's some policeman just so soospicious to say I must know those things are stolen." "And so cruel suspicious," said Mrs. Isaacs. "And your heart so pure and white like your shirt bosom." She meant his ideal shirt bosom. "Just like those evil-minded policemen," he said. "You remember how they lock up our old friend Abrahamson? So help me gracious, sent that good old man to prison, just because he buy 2 gold watches and 2 pairs of gold spectacles and an ivory-handled knife and 2 empty pocket-books and 2 silk umbrellas and a seal ring and 2 bunches of keys and 2 black wigs from a red-headed labouring man. They said he must know that 2 old gentlemen were robbed of that personal property." But here his attention was diverted by the sight of 2 men, seamen to appearance, who were looking into the show window. "I like so much," he said, "to see the public enjoying themselves in my window. It give them so happy pleasure to see those lovely things, and often they comes in and buy some things. This young man," he added after a pause, "seemed to admire those broad neckwear. He look at both those 2, the 4-in-hand and the frolic." "I think he look most at de frolic," said Mrs. Isaacs. "I think he would come in if you go outside and take him by de arm like a true friend, and bring him in. My broder Moses walk outside de whole day long, and take each man when he go by and talk to him like his own broder, wid tears in his eyes, and make dem come in and buy some dinks." But Mr. Isaacs only wrapped the long coat more closely about his linen garments, and watched the younger man as he turned his eyes away from the 4-in-hand and the frolic, and bent them on the trays in which were glittering tiers of rings and pins, and rows of watches labeled "Warranted Genuine, $14. Dirt Cheap, $8.75. Doc's Watch, Pulse Counting, $19.50. "He looked like he had some money," said Mrs. Isaacs. "Perhaps he would come in and buy a watch if you go out and pull him in. How can he buy someding through the glass? My brother Moses say, so many folks is bashful." But at last the men, after talking a while, apparently of the goods in the window, came in. "What's the price of some of those earrings in the window?" said the younger. "Let's see what you've got for a couple of dollars or so." "So help me gracious," said Mr. Isaacs, as he took from the show window 3 or 4 cards of plated earrings. "I knew you would come in to buy somedings. When I saw you look in, the very first moment, I say to my wife, 'There is a good young man that will give a present to some lovely young lady.' Yes, sir, the very words I said to Sarah." "What's the price of this pair? I haven't got any girl to treat, but I've just got paid off for a whaling voyage, and my lay figured up to a $20 bill above what I expected. And I don't care if I do lay out a couple of dollars on my wife besides what I've brought home for her." "Well, sir," said Mr. Isaacs, "the good wife is the very best jewelry. Those are $2. But only study this pair. Hold those up to the light and take a bird's eye view through those lovely stones, so round and large like green peas. Now look. So. Now let your friend look." "I'm no judge," said the other man. "I know what pleases me, that's all. But them would make a great display, David, wouldn't they?" "You're right, sir," said Mr. Isaac. "Display is the very word. My wife wear just the twins of this pair to the congregation every week." Mrs. Isaac raised her eyebrows. She wore nothing but diamonds. "What's the price of these green ones?" asked David. Mr. Isaac shrugged his shoulders. "I suppose those are the finest articles of the kind in the whole creation," he said. "We can let you have those to-day," and he lowered his voice to a whisper and put his hand up beside his mouth, "to close out stock for $6. They cost us only last week $8.50, but we are obliged to reduce stock prior to removal. The building is to be taken down." "I would like those tip-top, but I don't know. It's a good deal of money for gewgaws. My wife would take me to do for it. I guess I must keep the $2 ones. I come pretty hard by my dollars, and a dollar means a good deal to me just now." "But just once look again," said Mr. Isaacs, and he stepped briskly behind his wife and held up an earring to each of her ears. "See them on a chaste and lovely form. With these your wife will be still more lovely. All those other men will say, 'Where did that graceful lady find so rich earrings?' You will see they are a great success. Her most bosom friends will hate her. They will turn so green like the grass on the ground with envy. It is a great pleasure when my wife wears those kind. Her very sisters cannot speak for anger, and her own mother looks so rigid like the Cardiff giant." "Well, I guess I shall have to take them," said David, "and you'll have to wrap them right up. We haven't got more than about time to get the train, have we, Calvin?" "So help me gracious," said Mr. Isaacs. "Is there no time to sell our friend Calvin a pair? He will repent not to secure those other pair until his dying day. So sorry like he lose his ship some day upon those rocks. I suppose there is no others like those in the whole creation." But he wrapped the purchase up in a bit of white paper, and gave David Prince 4 trade dollars in change for a $10 bill, and the two men went out, leaving Mr. Isaacs free to attend to a timid woman in black who had just come in to raise 50 cents upon a ring, while Mrs. Isaacs looked after a carpenter who proposed to pawn his edge tools for rent money. Mr. Isaacs waved his hand and smiled as the men went out the door. "You will find they are a success to surprise yourself," he called out. "Her most bosom friends will writhe and scream with envy." The winding line of the long New England coast faces the sea in its sweeping curves in every direction. From the Colander place the ocean lay to the south. Though elsewhere east winds might be blowing harsh upon the coast, here, almost every day and all day long, in summer, the southwest wind came pouring in from the expanse of waters, fresh and cool, boisterous often, but never chill. And even winds from the east lost edge in crossing miles of pitch pine woods, of planted fields, of sandy ponds, of pastures, and came in softened down and friendly. A gentle breeze was drifting in from the sea. All day long it had been blowing, salt and strong and riotous, tossing the pine tops, bending the corn, swaying the trees in the orchards, but now it was preparing to die away, as was its wont at sundown to give to the woods, the cornfields and the orchards a little space of rest and peace before it should rise again in the early evening to toss them all night long. The blue of the sky was blue in the water. Every object stood out sharp and clear. Down the low, curving shoreline, curls of smoke rose from distant roofs, and on the headland up the coast the fairy forest in the air was outlined with precision. Distant ships were moving, like still pictures on the horizon, as if that spell were laid on them which hushed the enchanted palace. There was just sea enough to roll the bell-buoy gently, and now and then was rung an idle note of warning. 3 fishing boats lay anchored off the spindle, rising and falling, and every now and then a sea broke on the rocks. On the white sand beach waves were rolling in, dying softly away along the shore, or heavily breaking with a long flying line of foam. The sun was fast descending. Delia Prince went out to the corner of the house and shaded her eyes to look at the sunset. The white clouds turned to a flaming red, and the reflection dyed to crimson the surface of the creeks. The sun descended toward the wooded bluff that flanked the bay. sent 1,000 shattered dazzling rays through the trees, and disappeared. The red of the clouds and the red of the water gave place to gray. The wind died down. The silence was intense, all the more marked because of the few sharp sounds that broke it now and then. Across the bay, near shore, a man was raking oysters. He stood in the stern of his skiff, and the bow was up in the air. Nearby, a girl was driving sluggish cows along the beach, and her shrill cries came over the water. By a cottage on the bank, a boy was chopping brush upon a block, and Delia watched the silent blows and heard the sound come after. He smiled as she looked, for every night she saw the boy's mother stand at the door to call him, and saw him come reluctant to his task. There was a sense of friendly companionship in all these homely sights and sounds. It was different from the old house, shut in close by a second growth of birch and oak. The table was standing ready for late supper. The children had gone for blueberries to the island, and they would soon come home, and David was due too with his money. She smiled as he appeared. The ascent to the brow of the hills was so sharp that first you saw a hat in movement, then a head, then shoulders, body, legs, and feet. She ran quickly down the road to meet him and took his arm. "You couldn't catch the noon train?" she said. "Captain Wells stopped at the door a little while ago to see what time we should be down to get the deed, and luckily I told them that we might not be down until into the evening. He said he'd stay at home and wait until we came." "Delia," said David when he had seated himself at the house, "I've got bad news to tell you, and I may as well out with it first as last. You haven't shipped for another whaling voyage." "No, that would be nothing," he said. Delia stood and looked at him. "Well," she said, "didn't you get as much as you counted on?" "Yes, 20 more." "It isn't anything about the children. I expect them home every minute." "No." "Delia," he said, "you was a great fool ever to have me. You ought to have taken advice." "What is the matter?" she said. "Why don't you tell me?" "I've lost the money," he said. "The captain warned me how apt a seafaring man is to lose money, but I didn't take any heed, and I went off with Calvin Green." "With Calvin Green? What did I tell you?" she said. "Wait a minute. And I stopped into a jewelry store and bought you a pair of earrings, and I came off and left my wallet on the counter, the way that fool Joe Bassett did to Gloucester. When I went back, the rascal claimed he never saw me before, and he didn't know me from the prophet Samuel, as I was born that minute. And now they'll all say, and it's true, that I'm a chip off the old block, and I'm bound to come out at the little end. There," he said as he opened the little parcel and took out the earrings, "there's what's left of $520, and you must make the most of 'em. Hold 'em up to the light, and see how handsome they are. I don't know, after all, but they are worth a while for a man to pitch overboard off Cape Horn and harpoon whales 2 years for. All is, just tell folks they cost $500, and they'll be just as good as hen's eggs diamonds. In fact, I don't know but I sort of like the situation," he went on in a moment. "It seems sort of natural and homelike. I should have felt homesick if I'd really succeeded in getting this place paid for. 'Twould have seemed like getting proud and going back on my own relations. And then it'll please everybody to say, 'I told you so.' There'll be high sport around town when it gets out, and we backwater down to the old place." "Come, say something, Delia," he said in a moment. "Why don't you say something about it? Don't you care that the money's lost, that you stand here and don't say a word and look at nothing?" "I don't want to say anything now," she said. "I want to think." "Well," said Captain Bennet the next day to his wife, "Delia's got more spunk. I should have felt like laying right down in the shafts in her place, but instead of that, to actually go and talk them into letting her keep the Callender place and pay for it so much a month, and David signed a paper to do it." "I guess the truth was known," said Mrs. Bennet, knitting on, "that come to think it over, she was more scared of David settling back than she was for losing the money." "She's got a pull on him now," said the captain, "anyway, for if he once agrees to a thing, he'll always do it." 3. No one fully knows the New England autumn who has not seen its colors on the extreme old colony seaboard. There are no mountain ranges opening out far reaches of burning maples, but there are miles of salt marsh spreading as far as the eye can reach, cut by countless creeks displaying a vast expanse of soft, rich shades of brown. There are cranberry meadows of 20, 30, or 50 level acres, covered with matted vines and crimson with berries. There are deserted pastures, bright with goldenrod and asters. And everywhere along the shores against the dark pine woods are the varied reds of oaks, of blackberry vines, of woodbine, and of sumac. It was a bright fall afternoon. Most of the boats were in and lay near shore before the sail loft door. The sails were up to dry, for it had been wet outside, looking doubly white against the colors of the shore. In the sail loft they were telling stories. "No, I don't think myself," said Deacon Luce from the rocking chair, "that ministers always show what we call horse sense. They used to tell a story of Parson Allen, that preached in the old town in my father's time, that pleased me. One spring the parson took a notion to raise a pig, so he went down to Jim Barrows, that lived there handy by, and says he, 'Mr. Barrows, I hear you have a litter of young pigs, and I should like to have one to raise.' So Jim he got his stilliards, and weighed him out one, and the minister paid him, and Jim he sent it up. Well, the minister kep' it some 3 months, and he used to go out every day and put on his spectacles and take his scythe down from the apple tree and mow pigweed for him, and he brought cornmeal to feed him up with, and one way and another he laid out a good deal on him. The pig fattened well, but the whole incessant time he was either rooting out and getting into the garden, or he'd catch his foot in behind the trough and squeal like mad, or something else, so that the minister had to keep leaving his sermon writing to straighten him out, and the minister's wife complained of the squealing when she had company. And so the parson decided to heave the enterprise up, and Jim sent up and took the pig back. 'Come to settle, how do we stand?' says the minister. 'Oh, just as you say,' says Jim. 'I'll leave it to you.' 'Well,' says the minister, 'on the hand you've got back a pig and you've been paid for, but on the other hand I've got the use of him for some 3 months, and so I guess we're square.'" "Talking of preachers," said Caleb Parker, "reminds me of a story they tell of Uncle Cephas Baskin of North Haven. Uncle Cephas was a shoemaker, and he never went out to sea much, only to anchor his skiff in the Narrows abreast of his house and catch a mess of scup, or to pull a load of salt hay from Sanquit Island. But he used to visit his married daughter in Vermont, and up there they know he come from the seaboard, and they had a Sabbath school concert, and nothing would do but Captain Bascom must talk to the boys and tell a sea yarn and draw a moral the way the deacon here does." The deacon gravely smiled and stroked his beard. "Well, Uncle Cephas was rather pleased with his name of Captain Bascom, and he didn't like to go back on it, and so he flaxed round and get up something. It seems he had heard a summer boarder talk in Sabbath school at North Haven. He told how a poor boy minded his mother, and then got to tend store, and then kept store himself, and then he jumped it on them. 'That poor boy,' says he, 'now stands before you.' So Uncle Cephas thought him up a similar yarn. Well, he had never spoke in meeting before, and he hemmed and hawed some, but he got on quite well while he was telling about a certain poor boy and all that, and how the boy when he grew up was out at sea in an open boat and saw a great swordfish making for the boat, Hail Columbia, and bound to stave right through her and sink her, and how this man he took an oar and gave it a swing and broke the critter's sword square off. And then Uncle Cephas, he'd begun to get a little flustered. He stopped short and waves his arms, and says he, 'Boys, what do you think? That swordfish now stands before you.' I cal'late that brought the house down." Captain Philo, who had laid down his 3-cornered sail needle, listened to this exciting story, readjusted the leather thimble that covered his arm, and began to sew again. Uncle Silas, sitting near the water door in his brown overalls made with a breast apron and suspender straps, looked out at the boats. A silence fell on the company. It was broken by Calvin Green. "A man was telling me a rather curious story the other night," he said. "I was just explaining to him exactly how 'twas that David Prince lost his money, and so he told this. There was a boy that was clerk in a store, and one day they sent him over to the bank to get some money. It was before the war, and the bank gave him 20 $10 gold pieces. But when he got back to the store, there was one short. The boy hadn't nothing to say. He admitted he hadn't dropped none, because he'd put 'em in a leather bag where he couldn't lose one without he lost all, and the cashier knew he hadn't made any mistake. The storekeeper, he heard the story, and then he put his hand on the boy's shoulder, and says he, 'I don't know what to make of this, but I believe this boy,' says he, 'and we'll just drop it and say no more about it.' So it run along, and the next day that it rained, one of the clerks in the store took down an old umbrella, and come to unfurl it, out falls a $10 gold piece. Seems that the boy had that umbrella that day, and hooked it onto the counter in the bank by the handle, and one of the coins must have slid off into it when he was counting 'em. And then he probably didn't spread the umbrella comin' back. And as this man said that was telling me, it don't do to bet too much on suspicion. Now, only for that Jew's being such a hard character, according to the newspapers, I should be loath to charge him with taking David's money. I should say David might have lost it somewhere else." Nobody spoke. Captain Bennet whistled softly. "I never felt so bad in my life," continued Green, "as I did when he missed his money. When we come up into the depot, he was telling me a kind of comical story about old Jim Torrey, how he wanted to find out if all his hens was laying, or if any of 'em was disposed to shirk, and he got him a pass-book, ruled in columns, and opened a ledger account with every hen by a name he give her, and we got up to the ticket window, and he put his hand into his breast pocket for his wallet. By George, I've seen him chaff and joke, sort of quiet, when we was going to ride under every minute, but he turned as white then as that new mainsail, and off he went like a shot, but 'twas no use. Of course the jewelry feller wouldn't disgorge on David's say-so without no proof. It was like this," he went on. "The counter was here, and David stood there, and I was here, and we both come off together. But I tell you, the way David looked when he put his hand for his wallet, he stopped laughing as if he see a ghost. I can't get it out of my head, and how the man that stole the money can stand it, I can't figure out." "Perhaps he's calloused," said the deacon, "by what the paper said the other night about his buying a parcel of clothes hooked out of some man's entry. We concluded 'twas the same man by the name." "Can't believe all that's in the paper," said Perez Todd. "You know the paper had me to be married once. The boys put it in for fun. They made up the name for the female, I guess, for I've been kind of shying around for her this 10 year, and haven't seen no such woman." "Yes, sir, he's a hard ticket," said Green. "That's so, every time. Well, I must be going. I agreed to go and help Elbridge over at half flood." "Half flood about 5, said Captain Bennet. "You haven't any great time to spare." Green went to the shore, rattled a skiff down over the beach to the water, and pulled away with quick, short strokes. First the skiff was cut off from sight by the marsh bank. Then the rower's head alone was seen above the tall brown grasses. And then he pulled around the bend and was lost to view behind a mass of flaming woodbine, and still in the distance could be heard across the water the rattle of his oars in the thole pins. "Well, Silas?" said Captain Bennet. "Well?" said Uncle Silas. "Oh, I've nothing to say," said Captain Bennet. "Nor I," said Uncle Silas. "Calvin's always seemed to be a good-hearted fellow," said Captain Philo, "since he's lived here." "Oh, yes," said Captain Bennet. "Seems to feel for David surprisingly. Told me all about the losing of the money. Told my wife. Told my boy. Told Uncle Joe. Told our minister. Told the doctor. Told Zimri Cobb. Told Cyrus Bass. Told Captain John Wells. Told Patrick Cone. And proves it out to 'em all 'twas the Jew that did it." "Kind of zealous, like the Apostle Paul supplying the pulpit to the Gentiles," said the deacon. "Won't let alone of a man till he gives in to Hebrews in the wrong." "But I've nothing to say," said Captain Bennet. "Oh, nor I," said Uncle Silas. From the distance, borne on the gentle breeze, a click as even as a pulse beat came faintly over the water. "He may be a good-hearted fellow," said the deacon, "but I don't know as I hanker to be the man that's pulling that skiff. But then, that may be simply and solely because I prefer a haircloth rocker to a skiff." "Delia," said David Prince to his wife one afternoon, "Calvin Green has bought 4 tickets to that Stereopticon show that's going to be in the West Church tonight, and he gave me 2 for you and me." "I don't want his tickets," she replied, ironing away at the sunny window. "Now what's the use of talking that way?" said her husband, as much as to say, "I have my opinion," she said. "Well," said her husband, "I think it's a hard way to use a man, just because he happened to be by when I lost my money." "I'll tell you," said Delia, stopping her work. "We will go, and all I'll say is this. You see if after the lecture's over he doesn't find a text in it to talk about our money. Now you just wait and see, that's all." "Ladies and gentlemen," said the lecturer, standing by a great circle of light thrown on the wall behind the pulpit, "I have now, with a feeling of awe befitting this sacred place, thus given you, in the first part of my lecture, a succinct view of the origin, rise, and growth of the globe on which, as the poet has justly said, we dwell. I have shown you, corroborating Scripture, the earth without form and void, the awful monsters of the Silurian age, and man and the Garden of Eden. I now invite you to journey with me, as one has said, across the continent. Traveling has ever been viewed as a means of education. Thus Athenian sages sought the learning of the Orient. Thus may we this evening, without toil or peril, or expense beyond the 15 cents already incurred for the admission fee, journey in spirit from the wild Atlantic to the sunset coast. In the words of the sacred lyrist Edgar A. Poe, "My country, 'tis of thee that I shall now display some views." Of course we start from Boston. On the way to New York we will first pause to view the scene where Putnam galloped down a flight of steps beneath the hostile fire. See both mane and coat tails flying in the wind, and the eyes of steed and rider wildly dilated with excitement. Next we pause in Brooklyn, and from my immense variety of scenes in the city of churches, I choose the Fireman's Monument in Greenwood Cemetery. Here they lie low who raised their ladders high. Here they still live, for heroes cannot die. A voice. "How many are buried there?" "I would say, at a venture, 18. A rustle of sympathy among the women. "Passing on, and coming thence to the metropolis of New York, I am greatly embarrassed, so vast is the richness and variety of views. But I will show first the 5 points. Great eagerness and cries. "Down, front!" Of late, philanthropy and religion, walking in sweet converse, hand in hand, have relieved the horrors of this region, and now one may walk there comparatively safe. Sudden cessation of interest. I will give even another view of the metropolis. A charming scene in Central Park. Here wavered dimly on the screen 5 bushes and a nursery maid with baby carriage. From this exquisite picture you may gain some faint idea of the charms of that paradise raised by the wand of taste and skill in a waste of arid sands. Passing westward, I now present the suspension bridge at Niagara, erected by drawing over the majestic stream a cord, a small rope, then a wire, until the whole vast framework was complete. The idea was taken from the spider's web. Thus the humblest may guide the highest, and I love to recall in this connection that the lamented Lincoln, some years before signing the Emancipation Proclamation, heard me lecture on slavery in Peoria. Next we come to Cleveland, and our attention is seized by 3 cannons taken in the famous naval battle on the lake. Every visitor pauses here, and with uncovered head and eyes suffused with tears recalls the sacrifices of the fathers. Next we view Chicago, the morning after the fire. On every hand are blackened ruins, painful proofs of the vicissitudes of human fortune. A voice. I was there at the time. I am delighted to know it. Such spontaneous corroboration of the audience is to the lecturer's heart as a draught from the well of Baca. Laughter, and a voice. What baker? But, in order to cross so broad a continent, we must not dally, and next I show you the Mormon Temple in Salt Lake City, the seat of a defiant system of sin. All things, however, have their uses, and I can recommend this religion to any young lady present who does not find it easy to secure a helpmeet. Appreciative laughter. And now for a view of the Pacific States. I choose 2 of the famed big trees. Judge them by the 2 men who stand like widows' mites beside them. These trees are called Father and Daughter. A voice. Which is father and which is daughter? I am not informed, but from their appearance I judge that the nearer is the father. Derisive laughter. And now we approach a climax. When the 10,000, in their storied march, reached at last the blue waters of the Euxine, thrilled with joy, they loudly cried, "The sea! The sea!" So we, travellers likewise, reach at last the Western Ocean, and for a striking scene upon its waters I present a Pacific mail steamer at her dock in the harbor of San Francisco. In the left foreground is a Chinese laundry. And now I can hardly restrain myself from passing on to Asia, for imagination, taking fire, beckons to Niphon and the flowery kingdom. But remorseless time says no, and we pause at the Golden Gate. In closing, now, I will, as is usual, give one or two moral views, relieved by others of a somewhat playful character. First is Napoleon's grave. He who held Europe struggling in his hand died a prisoner in solitudes remote, far from home endearments. Next you see Daniel Lambert, whose greatness was of a more solid cast, less grasping in his pretensions than Napoleon. He lived an honoured life, and died, I understand, among his relatives. Next is a picture of the guillotine, calling up thoughts of severed heads from memory's cloisters. On the left you see a ghastly head, on the right a decapitated trunk. By the victim stand the bloody actors in the tragedy. Ladies and gentlemen, when I review the awful guilt of Marat and Robespierre, humbly do I give thanks that I have been kept from yielding like them to fierce ambition and lust of power, and that I can lay my head upon a peaceful pillow at my home in Fall River. Next is the serenade. Part 1. The Spanish lover with bow-knot shoes, pointed hat, and mantle over shoulder stands with his lute on the covered water-butt, while at the casement above is his lady's charming face. Part 2. The head of the water-butt has given away, and the angry father from his window beholds a scene of luckless misery. I turn now to a more pleasing view, the village blacksmith. The mighty man is at his work, and by a triumph of art I am enabled to show his fine physique in action. Now you see his arm uplifted, and now the hammer is on the iron. Up, down, up, down. A voice. There are two right arms. That arises from some slight defect in the arrangement of the light. The uplifted arm does not entirely vanish when the lowered arm appears. But to the thoughtful observer such slight contrasts only heighten enjoyment. Ladies and gentlemen, a single word in closing. Our transcontinental journey this evening ended at the Golden Gate. When life's journey ends, may we not so pause, but as the poet Judson Backus sweetly sings, may we find an angel wait to lead us through the Golden Gate. Meanwhile, adieu. David Prince and his wife walked slowly home in the clear, cold moonlight. "Did you notice," said Delia, "how the man kept saying that he didn't know just what to pick out to show? Well, I heard the Kelly boy that helped at the lamps say that they showed every identical picture there was. I suppose there are lots of odds and ends he picked up at an auction." "I think he was a kind of humbug," said Calvin Green, who, with his wife, had come up close behind. "See how he kept dragging in his morals, just like overhauling a trawl and taking off a haddock every once so often." "What a way to travel," said his wife. "To go kerjump from New York City to Niagara, and from there to Cleveland. He must have thought we had long stilts." "The pictures were rather here and there and everywhere, to be sure," said David. "But I had a good deal of charity for these men. I suppose they're put to it for bread and butter." "Well, I don't know," said Green. "I don't think it has a good influence on young people to show such a picture as that man that they murdered by slicing his head off with that machine. I don't like such things to be brought up." "I should think the opposite," said his wife, laughing. "By the way you've told every man in town about David's money, and the way he blanched when he missed it, I think you'd better take a lesson yourself about bringing up dreadful things." When they reached Green's house, a low black cottage, they stopped a moment for the women to finish a discussion about croup. "How did that look to you now, David?" said Green. "Didn't you think it would have been a good deal better to have left that picture out?" "Which one?" said David. "Why, the one where they chopped the man's head off with that machine, and they were standing by looking at the corpse. I didn't like to see such things, for my part." "I don't know," said David. "I didn't think about it particularly. I understood it was in the French Revolution." "Well, see all that flummerdiddle he got off about it," said Green. "Just as if any fool didn't know that a man couldn't sleep that was haunted by a thing like that." "Well, some can stomach anything, and I suppose some can sleep on anything," said David. "I guess it would take more than slicing one man's head off to make that Jew lie awake nights. If he'd only admitted that I'd been there. But as soon as I said I'd left something, then for him and his wife to claim they never saw me. They're cool ones." "Well, right there, about what my wife flung out," said Green, glancing over his shoulder to where the women were talking both at once, woman fashion. "You know my wife's way. You haven't ever heard any such talk going around, have you, as that I was hounding folks about your bad luck? I say an honest man speaks right out. No fear, no favor. Ain't that so?" It was a bitterly cold, clear night a few weeks later. Runners squeaked and boot heels crunched in the road. David had passed Green's house at 7 o'clock going to the store. He always went by there at that time, Saturdays, and passed again returning home at about 8. When he reached the gate on his return, Green was standing there, apparently waiting. "Come into the house a minute, David," he said. "I want to see you." He led him into the kitchen. "My wife's gone over to Aunt Nathan's for the evening," he said. He shut the door and locked it. "There," he said, "I can't stand it any longer," and he laid upon a table at David's side a wallet. David took it up and opened it. It held a great roll of bills. "What does this mean?" he said. "Why, this is mine. You don't mean—" "I mean I stole it," said Green. David sat down. "I wish you had put it in the fire," he said, "and never told me." "There's just one thing I want to say," said Green. "I picked it up first to give it to you, and when I saw that you had forgot it, I thought I'd have a little joke on you for a while. And then, when I saw how things was going, I kind of drifted into keeping it. You know how I come home, all my voyage eat up, and $100 debts besides, and children sick, but every dollar's there. Now what I ask," he added, "is 4 days' time to ship and get away. What are you going to do?" "Nothing," said David. "Settle your debts, and pay me when you can." And taking 5 $20 bills from the wallet, he left them on the table and went away. End of $500 by Heman White Chaplin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybart.blogspot.com.
At 35 by Robert W. Service. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 70, the psalmist saith, and half my course is well nigh run. I've had my flout at dusty death, I've had my whack of feast and fun. I've mocked at those who prate and preach, I've laughed with any man alive. But now, with sobered heart, I reach the great divide of 35. And looking back, I must confess I've little cause to feel elate. I've played the mummer more or less. I've fumbled fortune, flouted fate. I've vastly dreamed and little done. I've idly watched my brothers strive. Oh, I have loitered in the sun by primrose paths to 35. And those who matched me in the race, well, some are out and trampled down. The others jog with sober pace, yet one wins delicate renown. O midnight feast and famished dawn, O gay hard life with hope alive, O golden youth for ever gone, how sweet you seem at 35. Each of our lives is just a book, as absolute as Holy Writ. We humbly read, and may not look ahead, nor change one word of it. And here are joys, and here are pains, and here we fail, and here we thrive. O wondrous volume! What remains when we reach chapter 35? The very best, I dare to hope, ere fate writes finis to the tome, a wiser head, a wider scope, and for the gypsy heart a home. A songful home with loved ones near, with joy, with sunshine all alive. Watch me grow younger every year. Old age, thy name is 35. End of At 35 by Robert W. Service.
Sonnet 5 by William Shakespeare. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Sonnet 5 by William Shakespeare, read by Mary Beth Blackburn. Those hours that with gentle work did frame the lovely gaze where every eye doth dwell, will play the tyrants to the very same, and that unfair which fairly doth excel. For never resting time leads summer on to hideous winter, and confounds him there. Sap checked with frost and lusty leaves quite gone, beauty o'ershadowed and bareness everywhere. Then, were not summer's distillation left, a liquid prisoner pent in walls of glass, beauty's effect with beauty were bereft, nor it, nor no remembrance what it was. But flowers distilled though they with winter meet, least but their show, their substance still lives sweet. End of Sonnet 5 by William Shakespeare, read by Mary Beth Blackburn. The Day Came Slow Till 5 o'clock by Emily Dickinson. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The day came slow till 5 o'clock, then sprang before the hills like hindered rubies, or the light a sudden musket spills. The purple could not keep the east, the sunrise shook abroad like breadths of topaz packed in a night. The lady just unrolled, the happy winds their timbrels took, the birds, in docile rows, arranged themselves around their prince. The wind is prince of those. The orchard sparkled like a Jew. How mighty 'twas to be a guest in this stupendous place, the parlor of the day. End of The Day Came Slow Till 5 o'clock by Emily Dickinson.
The Life of 5 Points by Edna Clare Bryner. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A life went on in the town of 5 Points. 5 Points the town was called, because it was laid out in the form of a star with 5 points, and these points picked it out and circumscribed it. The life that was lived there was in this wise. Over the centre of the town it hung thick and heavy, a great mass of tangled strands, of all the colours that were ever seen, but stained and murky-looking from something that oozed out, no one could tell from which of the entangling cords. In 5 directions heavy strands came in to the great knot in the centre, and from it there floated out, now this way, now that, loose threads like tentacles, seeking to fasten themselves on whatever came within their grasp. All over the town thin threads criss-crossed back and forth in and out among the heavy strands, making little snarls wherever several souls lived or were gathered together. One could see, by looking intently, that the tangling knotted strands and threads were woven into the rough pattern of a star. Life, trembling through the mass in the centre, streamed back and forth over the incoming strands, irregularly and in ever-changing volume, pulling at the smaller knots here and there in constant disturbance. It swayed the loosely woven mass above the schoolhouse, shaking out glints of color from the thin bright cords, golden yellows and deep blues, vivid reds and greens. It twisted and untwisted the small black knot above the town hotel. It arose in murky vapor from the large knots above each of the churches. All over the town it quivered through the fine entangling threads, making the pattern change in color, loosening and tightening the weaving. In this fashion life came forth from the body which it inhabited. This is the way the town lay underneath it. From a large round of foot-tramped earth, 5 wide streets radiated out in as many directions for a length of 8 or 10 houses and yards. Then the wide dirt street became a narrow road, the narrow board-walks flanking it on either side stopped suddenly, and faintly worn paths carried out their line for a space of 3 minutes' walk, when all at once rose up the wall of a forest. The road plunged through and was immediately swallowed up. This is the way it was in all 5 directions from 5 points. Round about the town forests lay thick and dark like the dark heavens around the cities of the sky, and held it off secure from every other life-containing place. The roads that pierced the wall of the forest led in deeper and deeper, cutting their way around shaggy foothills, down to swift streams, and on and up again to heights, in and out of obscure notches. They must finally have sprung out again through another wall of forest to other towns. But as far as 5 Points was concerned, they led simply to lumber mills, sitting like chained, ravening creatures at safe distances from one another, eating slowly away at the thick woods, as if trying to remove the screen that held the town off to itself. In the beginning there was no town at all, but miles and miles of virgin forest clothing the earth that humped itself into rough bosomed hills and hummocks. Then the forest was its own. Birds nested in its dense leafage. Fish multiplied in the clear running streams. Wild creatures ranged its fastnesses in security. The trees, touched by no harsher hand than that which turns the rhythmically changing seasons, added year by year, ring upon ring, to their girs. Suddenly human masters appeared. They looked at the girth of the trees, appraised the wealth that lay hidden there, marked the plan of its taking out. They brought in workers, cleared a space for headquarters in the midst of their great tracts, cut roads out through the forest, and wherever swift streams crossed they set mills. The cleared space they laid out symmetrically in a tree-fringed centre of common ground, encircled by a main street for stores and offices, with streets for houses leading out to the edge of the clearing. In the southeast corner of the town they set aside a large square of land against the forest for a schoolhouse. Thus 5 Points was made as nearly in the centre of the great uncut region as it could well be, and still beyond the narrow gauge railroad already passing through to make junction with larger roads. In short order there was a regular town with a station halfway down the street where the railroad cut through, and near it a town hotel with a bar, a post office, several stores, a candy shop, and a dentist's office, fronting the round of earth in the centre. 5 churches set each on its own street, and as far from the centre of the town as possible, and a 6-room schoolhouse with a flagpole. 1 mile, 2 miles, 5 and 6 miles distant, in the forest, sawmills buzzed away, strangely noisy amid their silent, clumsy lumbermen and mill-folk. One after another, all those diverse persons necessary for carrying on the work of a small community drifted in. They cut themselves loose from other communities, and hastened hither to help make this new one, each moved by his own particular reason, each bringing to the making of a life the threads of his own deep desire. The threads interlaced with other threads, twisted into strands, knotted with other strands, and the life formed itself and hung trembling, thick and powerful, over the town. The mill owners and managers came first, bringing strong warp threads for the life. They had to have the town to take out their products and bring in supplies. They wanted to make money as fast as possible. Let the town go to hell, they said. They cared little how the life went so that it did go. Most of them lived alternately as heads of families at home 200 miles away, and as bachelors at their mills and extract works. Mr. Stillman, owner of hundreds of acres of forest, was different. He wanted to be near at hand to watch his timber being taken out slowly and carefully, and meanwhile to bring up his 2 small sons, healthy and virtuous, far away from city influences. He made a small farm up in the high southwest segment of the town against the woods, with orchards and sheep pasture and beehives, and a big white farmhouse, solidly built. He became a deacon in the Presbyterian church, and one of the cornerstones of the town. Mr. Goff, owner of mills 6 miles out, kept up a comfortable place in town to serve as a halfway house between his mills and his home in a city a couple of 100 miles distant. He believed that his appearance as a regular townsman had a steadying influence on his workmen, that it gave them faith in him. His placid, middle-aged wife accompanied him back and forth on his weekly visits to the mills, and interested herself in those of his workers who had families. Mill manager Henderson snapped at the chance to run the company store, as well as to manage several mills. He saw in it something besides food and clothing for his large family of red-haired girls. Although he lived down at one of the mills, he was counted as a townsman. He was a pillar in the Methodist church, and his eldest daughter played the piano there. George Brainerd, pudgy chief clerk of the company store, was hand in glove with Henderson. He loved giving all his energies, undistracted by family or other ties, to the task of making the company's workers come out at the end of the season in the company's debt instead of having cleared a few $100s, as they were made to believe, on the day they were hired, would be the case. The percentage he received for his cleverness was nothing to him in comparison with the satisfaction he felt in his ability to manipulate. Lanky Jim Dunn, the station agent, 33 and unmarried, satisfied his hunger for new places by coming to 5 Points. He hated old settled lines of conduct. As station agent, he had a hand in everything and on every one that came in and went out of the town. He held a sort of gauge on the life of the town. He chaffed all the girls who came down to see the evening train come in, and tipped off the young men as to what was doing at the town hotel. Dr. Smelter, thin-lipped and cold-eyed, elegant in manner and in dress, left his former practice without regret. He opened his office in 5 Points, hoping that in a new community obscure diseases did not flourish. He was certain that lack of skill would not be as apparent there as in a well-established village. Reverend Trottom had been lured hither by the anticipation of a virgin field for saving souls. Reverend Little, because he dared not let any of his own fold be exposed to the pitfalls of an opposing creed. Dave Fellows left off setting chain pumps in Gurnersville, and renewed his teaching experience by coming to 5 Points to be principal of the school. Dick Shelton's wife dragged her large brood of little girls and her drunken husband along after Fellows in order to be sure of some one to bring Dick home from the saloon before he drank up the last penny. It made little difference to her where she earned the family living by washing. So they came, one after another, and filled up the town. Abe Cohen, the Jew clothing dealer, Beringer, the druggist, Dr. Barton, rival of Dr. Smelter and a far more highly competent practitioner, Jake O'Flaherty, the saloon keeper, Widow Stokes, rag carpet weaver and gossip, Jeremy Whitling, town carpenter, and his golden blonde daughter Lucy, schoolteacher, Dr. Salmer, dentist. Every small community needs these various souls. No sooner is the earth scraped clean for a new village than they come, one by one, until the town is complete. So it happened in 5 Points until there came to be somewhat fewer than 1,000 souls. There the town stood. Stores and offices completely took up the circle of Main Street and straggled a little down the residence streets. Under the fringe of trees business hummed where side by side flourished Grimes's meat shop, the drug store with the dentist's office above, Henderson's General Store, as the company store was called, Brinker's Grocery Store, the Clothing Emporium, Mr. Gilroy's Barber Shop, Backus's Hardware, and the Post Office. The 5 Points Argus issued weekly its 2 pages from the dingy office behind the drug store. Graham's Livery did a big business down near the station. Each church had gathered its own rightful members within its round of Sunday and midweek services, its special observances on Christmas and Easter and Children's Day. In the spring of each year a one-ring circus encamped for a day on the common ground in the center of the town, and drew all the people in orderly array under its tent. On the 4th of July, the whole town again came together in the center common, in fashion less orderly, irrespective of creed or money worth, celebrating the deeds of their ancestors by drinking lemonade and setting off firecrackers. After a while no one could remember when it had been any different. Those who came to town as little children grew into gawky youths, knowing no more about other parts of the world than their geography books told them. When anyone died, a strand in the life hanging above the town broke and flapped in the wind, growing more and more frayed with the passing of time, until after a year or so its tatters were noticeable only as a sort of roughness upon the pattern. When a child was born, a thin tentacle from the central mass of strands reached out and fastened itself upon him, dragging out his desire year by year, until the strand was thick and strong and woven insecurely among the old scaly ones. The folk who lived at the mills had hardly anything to do with the life of 5 Points. They were merely the dynamo that kept the life alive. They were busied down in the woods making the money for the men who made the town. They came to town only on Saturday nights. They bought a flannel shirt and provisions at the company store, a bag of candy at Andy's for the hotel, and then went back to have their weekly orgy in their own familiar surroundings. They had little effect on the life of the town. That was contained almost entirely within the 5 Points where the road met the forest. The life of 5 Points had one fearful enemy. Its home was in the Black Forest. Without any warning it was likely to break out upon the town, its long red tongues leaping out, striving to lick everything into its red gullet. It was a thirsty animal. If one gave it enough water, it went back into its lair. 5 Points had only drilled wells in backyards. The nearest big stream was a mile away. Twice already during the existence of the life, the enemy had started forth from its lair. The first time was not long after the town started, and the pattern of life was hardly more than indicated in the loosely woven threads. Down in the forest the people saw a long red tongue leaping. With brooms and staves they ran to meet it, far from their dwellings, beating it with fury. As they felt the heat of its breath in their faces, they thought of ministers' words in past sermons. Young desires and aspirations, long dormant, began to throb into being. They prayed for safety. They promised to give up their sins. They determined to be hard on themselves in the performance of daily duties. The life suspended above them untwisted its loosely gathered in strands. The strands shone with a golden light, and entwined again in soft forms. With death-dealing blows they laid the enemy black and broken about Grant's Mills, a mile away, and then went back to their homes, telling each other how brave they had been. Pride swelled up their hearts. They boasted that they could take care of themselves. Old habits slipped back upon their aspirations, and crushed them again into hidden corners. Life gathered up its loose-woven pattern of dull threads and hung trembling over the town. Worsting the enemy brought the people more closely together. Suddenly they seemed to know each other for the first time. They made changes, entered into bonds, drew lines, and settled into their ways. Life grew quickly, with its strands woven tightly together into a weaving that would be hard to unloose. The mill managers made money. They saw to it that their mills buzzed away continually. They visited their homes regularly. Mr. Stillman's farm flourished. His apple trees were bearing. The school children understood that they could always have apples for the asking. The Stillman boys did not go to school. They had a tutor. Their father whipped them soundly when they disobeyed him by going to play in the streets of the town with the other children. Dave Fellows had finally persuaded Dick Shelton to take a cure. Dick Shelton, sober, it was discovered, was a man of culture and knew, into the bargain, all the points of the law. So he was made justice of the peace. His wife stopped taking in washing, and spent her days trying to keep the children out of the front room where Dick tried his cases. Dave Fellows himself gave up the principalship of the school, finding its meager return insufficient to meet the needs of an increasing family. Yielding to the persuasion of Henderson, he became contractor for taking out timber at Trout Creek Mill. He counted on his 2 oldest sons to do men's work during the summer when school was not in session. Fellows moved his family into the very house in which Henderson had lived. Henderson explained that he had to live in town to be near a doctor for his ailing wife and sickly girls. The millmen told Dave Fellows that Henderson was afraid of them because they had threatened him if he kept on overcharging them at the company store. Abe Cohen did a thriving business in clothing. He had a long list of customers heavily in debt to him through the promise that they could pay whenever they got ready. He dunned them openly on the street, so that they made a wider detour in order to avoid going past his store. Dr. Barton had established a reputation for kindness of heart as well as skill in practice that threatened his rival's goodwill. Helen Barton, the doctor's young daughter, perversely kept company with her father's rival. Everyone felt sorry for the father, but secretly admired Dr. Smelter's diabolic tactics. Long forgotten was the enemy when it came the second time. On a dark night, when 5 Points lay heavy in its slumbers, it bore down upon the north side of the town. Some sensitive sleeper, troubled in his dreams, awoke to see the dreadful red tongues cutting across the darkness like crimson banners. His cries aroused the town. All the fathers rushed out against the enemy. The mothers dressed their children and packed best things in valises, ready to flee when there was no longer any hope. For 3 days and 3 nights the enemy raged, leaping in to eat up one house, 2 houses, beaten back and back, creeping up in another place, beaten back again. The schoolboys took beaters and screamed at the enemy as they beat. The older ones remembered the first coming of the enemy. They said, "It was a warning." They prayed while fear shook their aching arms. The life of the town writhed, and gleams of color came out of its writhings, and a whiteness, as if the red tongues were cleansing away impurities. The mill managers brought their men to fight the enemy. "We mustn't let it go," they said. Mr. Stillman had his 2 sons helping him. He talked to them while they fought the enemy together. He spoke of punishment for sin. His sons listened while the lust of fighting held their bodies. Helen Barton knelt at her father's feet while he was fighting the enemy, and swore she would never see Dr. Smelter again. She knew he was a bad man and could never bring her happiness. Lida, eldest daughter in the Shelton family, gathered her little sisters about her, quieting their clamors while her mother wrung her hands and said over and over again, "To happen when your papa was getting on so nicely." Lida resolved that she would put all thoughts of marrying out of her head. She would have to stop keeping company with Ned Bacchus, the hardware man's son. It was not fair to keep company with a man you did not intend to marry. She would stay forever with her mother and help care for the children, so that her father would have a peaceful home life and not be tempted. All about, wherever they were, people prayed. They prayed until there was nothing left in their hearts but prayer, as there was nothing left in their bodies but a great tiredness. Then a heavy rain came, and the red tongues drank greedily until they were slaked, and became little short red flickers of light on a soaked black ground. The enemy was conquered. One street of the town was gone. People ran to the church and held Thanksgiving services. A stillness brooded over the town. Life hardly moved. The strands hung slack. Thanksgiving soon changed to revival. Services lasted a week. The ministers preached terrible sermons, burning with terrible words. "Repent before it is too late. Twice God has warned this town." People vowed vows and sang as they had never sung before the hymns in their church song-books. The strands of life leapt and contorted themselves, but they could not pull themselves apart. The revival ended. Building began. In a few months a street of houses sprang up defiant in yellow newness. In and out, of a pattern little changed from its old accustomed aspect, life pulsated in great waves over the heavy strands. In and out, up and down, it rushed, drawing threads tightly together, knotting them in fantastic knots that only the Judgment Day could undo. Mr. Stillman's sons were now young men. The younger was dying of heart trouble in a hospital in the city. The father had locked the elder in his room for 2 weeks on bread and water, until he found out exactly what had happened between his son and the Barringers' hired girl. Guy Stillman, full-blooded, dark, and handsome, with high cheekbones like an Indian, declared vehemently that he would never marry the girl. Dave Fellows had taken his sons out of school to help him the year round in the woods. 16-year-old Lawrence had left home and gone to work in the town barber shop late afternoons and evenings, in order to keep on at his work in the high school grades just established. He vowed he would never return home to be made into a lumberjack. Dave's wife was trying to persuade him to leave 5 Points and go to the city where her family lived. There the children could continue their schooling, and Dave could get work more suited to his ability than lumbering seemed to be. Dave, too proud to admit that he had not the capacity for carrying on this work successfully, refused to entertain any thought of leaving the place. "If my family would stick by me, everything would come out all right," he always said. Lida Shelton still kept company with Ned Bacchus. When he begged her to marry him, she put him off another year until the children were a little better able to care for themselves. Her next youngest sister had married a dentist from another town, and had not asked her mother to the wedding. Lida was trying to make it up to her mother in double devotion. Helen Barton met Dr. Smelter once too often, and her father made her marry him. She had a child born dead. Now she was holding clandestine meetings with Mr. Daly, a traveling salesman, home on one of his quarterly visits to his family. He had promised to take Helen away with him on his next trip, and make a home for her in the city. It was a sweltering hot Saturday in the first part of June. Every now and then the wind blew in from the east, picking up the dust in eddies. Abe Cohen's store was closed. His children wandered up and down the street, celebrating their Sabbath in best clothes and chastened behavior. Jim Dunn was watching a large consignment of goods for the company store being unloaded. He was telling Earl Henderson, the manager's nephew, how much it would cost him to get in with the poker crowd. George Brainerd had finished fixing up the company's accounts. He whistled as he worked. Dave Fellows was in debt $300 to the company. That would keep him another year. He was a good workman, but a poor manager. Sam Kent was in debt $100. He would have to stay too. John Simpson had come out even. He could go if he wanted to. He was a troublemaker anyway. Helen Barton sat talking with Daly in the thick woods up back of the Presbyterian church. They were planning how to get away undetected on the evening train. "If she was good enough for you then, she's good enough now," Mr. Stillman was saying to his defiant son. "You're not fit for a better woman. You'll take care of her, and that's the end of it." Widow Stokes's half-witted son rode up from the extract works on an old bony horse. He brought word that the enemy was at the Kibbard Mill, 2 miles beyond the works. People were throwing their furniture into the mill pond, he said. Every one laughed. Maudie Stokes was always telling big stories. The boy, puzzled, went round and round the town, stopping every one he met, telling his tale. Sweat poured down his pale face. At last he rode down to Trout Creek Mill and told Dave Fellows. Dave got on the old gray mule and came up to town to find out further news. The townsfolk, loafing under the trees around Main Street and going about on little errands, shouted when they saw Dave come in on his mule beside Maudie on the bony horse. "Two of a kind," was passed round the circle of business and gossip, and sniggering went with it. Dave suggested that some one go down to see just what had happened. Jeers answered him. "Believe a fool? Not quite that cracked yet." Dave went about uneasily if he had business to attend to, but kept an eye searching out in the direction of the works. In an hour or so another rider came panting into town. Back of him straggled families from the mills and works with whatever belongings they could bring on their backs. Fear came into the hearts of the citizens of 5 Points. They shouted in anger to drive away their fear. "Why didn't you stay and fight it? What'd you come up here for?" "Too big, too big," cried the lumber folk, gesturing back over their shoulders. Far off a haze was gathering, and in the haze a redness appeared, growing slowly more and more distinct. The townsfolk stared in the direction of the works, unwilling to believe. Someone shouted, "Better be ready!" Shortly every pump in the town had its hand, and everything that could hold water was being filled for the oncoming thirsty beast. Dave Fellows galloped down the long hills, around curves, across the bridge at the mill, and up again to his home, told his family of the approach of the enemy, directed them to pack up all the easily moved furniture, harness the 2 mules, and be ready to flee out through the forest past Goff's Mill to the next station 30 miles further down the railroad. No one could tell where the enemy would spread. He would come back the minute that all hope was lost. The boys must stay at home and take care of the place. "Bring Lawrence back with you," his wife called after him, and he turned and waved his hand. When he got back into town, thousands of red tongues were bearing down upon the station street. The enemy belched forth great hot breaths that swept the sky ahead of it like giant firecrackers, and falling upon the houses to the east of the town, ran from one to another, eating its way up the station street towards the center of the town. Family after family left their homes, carrying valuables, dragging their small children, and scattered to the north and south of the advancing enemy. The town hotel emptied itself quickly of its temporary family. Jim Dunn left the station carrying the cash box and a bundle of papers. From building to building the enemy leaped. Before it fled group after group of persons from stores and homes. Methodically it went round the circle of shops, the most rapacious customer the town had ever seen. Quarters of beeves in the meat shop, bottles of liquids and powders on the drug-store shelves, barrels and boxes of food in the grocery store, suits of clothing in Abe Cohen's, the leather whips and carriage robes in the hardware store, all went down its gullet with a most amazing ease. Swelled with its indiscriminate meal, it started hesitantly on its way up the street that led to the Presbyterian church. Now people lost their heads, and ran hither and thither, screaming and praying incoherently, dragging their crying children about from one place to another, pumping water frantically to offer it, an impotent libation to an insatiable God. They knew that neither the beating of brooms nor the water from their wells could quench the enemy that was upon them. Red Judgment Day was at hand. Meanwhile a peculiar thing happened. The life that was hanging above the town lifted itself up, high up, entire in its pattern, beyond the reach of red tongues, of gusts from hot gullets, and there it stayed while the enemy raged below. Dave Fellows harangued the men who were beating away vainly, pouring buckets of water on unquenchable tongues. He pointed to the forest up the street back of the Presbyterian church. He was telling them that the only thing to do was to call forth another enemy to come down to battle with this one before it reached the church. Yes, yes, they chorused eagerly. Craftily they edged around south of the enemy, scorching their faces against its streaming flank, and ran swiftly far up the line of forest past the church. There it was, even at that moment, that Helen Barton was begging Dally to remember his promise and take her with him on the evening train. The men scooped up leaves and small twigs, and bending over, invoked their champion to come forth and do battle for them. Presently it came forth, shooting out little eager red tongues that danced and leaped, glad to be coming forth, growing larger and larger in leaps and bounds. Dave Fellows watched anxiously the direction in which the hissing tongues sprang. "The wind will take it," he said at last. Fitfully the breeze pressed up against the back of the newly born, pushing more and more strongly as the tongues sprang higher and higher, until finally it swept the full-grown monster down the track towards where the other monster was gorging. "For God's sake, Henry, take me with you, this evening, as you promised," Helen was imploring Dally. "I can't stay here any longer. My father... I wish now I had listened to him in the first place, long ago." Dally did not hear her. He had risen to his feet, and, holding his head back, was drawing in great acrid breaths. His florid face went white. "What is that?" he said hoarsely. Through the thick forest, red tongues broke out, sweeping towards them. Helen clutched Dally's arm, screaming. He shook her off, and turned to flee out by the church. There, too, red tongues were leaping, curling back on themselves in long derisive snarls. Dally turned upon her. "You—" The two enemies met at the church, red tongue leaping against red tongue, crackling jaws breaking on crackling jaws, sizzling gullet straining against sizzling gullet. A great noise like the rending of 1,000 fibres, a clap of red thunder, as the body of beast met the body of beast, and both lay crumpled upon the ground together, their long bodies writhing, bruised, red jaws snapping, red tongue eating red tongue. Upon them leaped the band of men spreading out the whole length of the bodies and beat incessantly, desperately, tongue after tongue, hour after hour, beat. Lingeringly the enemy died, a hard death. 3 days it was dying, and it had watchers in plenty. Whenever a red tongue leaped into life, someone was there to lay it low. In the night time the men watched, and in the day the women and girls. The men talked. "We will build it up again in brick," they said. "That is safer, and it looks better, too." The women talked too. "I hope Abe will get in some of those new lace curtains," they said. Meanwhile families gathered themselves together. Those whose homes were gone encamped picnic fashion in the schoolhouse, or were taken in by those whose houses were still standing. 2 persons were missing when the muster of the town was finally taken. They were Helen Barton and Mr. Daly. Jim Dunn said he wasn't sure, but he thought Daly left on the morning train. Dally's wife said he told her he was not going until evening. They searched for Helen far and wide. No trace of her was ever found. Her father stood in front of the Sunday school on the Sunday following the death of the enemy, and made an eloquent appeal for better life in the town. "The wages of sin is death," he declared. "Death of the soul always," death of the body sometimes. The people thought him inspired. Widow Stokes whispered to her neighbor, "It's his daughter he's thinking of." Dave Fellows was the only person who left the town. He went back to his wife when he saw that the town was saved, and said, "We might as well move now that we're packed up. The town is cursed." 2 days later they took the train north from a pile of blackened timbers where the old station had stood. Lawrence went with them. The enemy had eaten up all the records in the company store, and had tried to eat up George Brainerd while he was attempting to save them. The company had to accept the workers' own accounts. George was going about with his arm tied up, planning to keep a duplicate set of records in a place unassailable by the enemy. Abe Cohen wailed so about his losses and his little children that Mr. Stillman set him up in a brand new stock of clothing. Abe was telling everyone, "Buy now, pay when you like." And customers came as of old. Guy Stillman married the Beringers' hired girl. His father established them in a little home out at the edge of the town. The nearest neighbor reported that Guy beat his wife. Lida married Ned Bacchus. "Suppose you had died," she told Ned. "I would never have forgiven myself. You can work in Papa's new grocery store. He's going to start one as soon as we can get the building done. Mama will have a son to help take care of her." Life, its strands blackened by the strong breath of the enemy, settled down once more over the town and hung there, secure in its pattern, thick and powerful. Under it, brick stores and buildings rose up, and people stood about talking, complacently planning their days. "It won't come again for a long time," they said. End of The Life of 5 Points. Recording by Katie Riley. July 2010.
The 5 Questions, from Fairy Tales Collected in the Odenwald, by J. W. Wolfe. Translated by Kenneth R. H. Mackenzie. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Hannah Harris. The 5 Questions. A poor shepherd had only one son and no other child, so no wonder this son was spoiled. Everything he wished was done, and so he grew up quite wild, and not like little boys who are carefully looked after and taken care of. He did nothing and wouldn't learn anything, and so he was good for nothing. When he was 12 years old, his lonely life in the field did not please him, so he said that he would go begging and so see something of the world. What could his parents do in this case but just let him go? And so he went. So he begged his way till he came to a great city, where he sat down before a rich merchant's door, pulled a piece of bread out of his wallet, and bit it with as great an air as if the whole town was his own, and he was dining off whitebait and claret. By chance the merchant was just coming in, and he saw the little lad, and was so pleased with him that he took him in and sent him to school. And oh dear me, he was such a clever boy at his books that he was always first in his class. When he had learned everything there was to learn at school, he was put in the merchant's office, and there he made such capital progress that his foster father could not help pointing him out to everybody. Now this was all very well, but what the merchant did not like was, that the lad had grown into a very handsome fellow, and that his daughter had got a very good opinion of him, and so he was afraid that they would want to get married some of these days. So he made up his mind to send him away, that he might see the world, for then, thought he, they will soon forget each other. The youth was very glad to go, but before he set out he went secretly to Emma, for that was the name of the merchant's daughter, and said, "You are mine and I am yours, and we will not part from each other." So then she promised to be true to him, and gave him a beautiful ring, and they parted amidst many tears. The youth went away and came to the sea. There he took a ship and went over to an island where there was a great kingdom. When he came into the capital he was taken before the king, who asked where he was going and what he was seeking. "I am seeking my fortune, but I do not know where I shall find it," said he. "When you find it, bring me mine," said the king. "And what might that be?" asked the youth. And the king replied, "My fortune is a tree which bears golden fruit, but will not bear any more. If you can make it do so, I will give you a ton of gold from my treasury." The youth promised to do this if he could, and went back to his ship, for he saw that his fortune was not to be gained upon the island. After a passage of 6 days and 6 nights he came to another country, and he went up to the capital. On his showing his passport at the gate, the sentinel led him to the king, who was dressed in the deepest mourning. "Where are you going?" asked the king. "I am seeking my fortune," replied the youth. "Then bring me mine too, when you find yours," said the king. "What is yours?" "My fortune is a fountain that used formerly to throw out pearls, but none spring out now, and it is dried up. If you can set it going again, I will give you a ton of gold from my treasury." He promised to do his best and went on, for his fortune he saw was not to be found there. For 2 months he went travelling about the land, and then he came to the sea, and he went on board ship, travelled about for 2 months more, and then the ship anchored at a large island. He went on shore and came to the capital of the country, where he found everyone in deep mourning. The king had ordered every stranger to be brought before him, it seemed, and so the guard led our young friend to the palace. The king asked what the object of his journey was. "I am seeking my fortune," said the young man. "Then," the king said, "when you find it, bring me mine too." "What is yours?" asked the youth, and the king replied, "I had 3 daughters, and some time since one was stolen from me. If you will bring her back, I will give you half my kingdom." The young man promised to do all in his power, and went on his way, for where there was such mourning there could not be any chance of finding his good fortune. He had gone a good distance again, then one day he saw a palace before him. A tall giant was keeping watch at the gate, and by way of a gun that had one of the largest cannons that ever was made in the world. When he saw the youth he said, "Why, you earthworm, where are you going?" "I'm seeking my fortune," said the young man. "Then, do you hear? Just bring me mine also, will you?" "If you will tell me what it is, I will do my best," said the other. "I have been keeping guard here," said the giant, "for 1,000 years, and do not know how I am to be relieved." "Well," said the youth, "I will see." He went on until he came to a broad river. There was a boat upon it, and in it sat an old, old woman, who asked him if he would not go over. "Yes, I wish to cross very much." "Where are you going?" asked she, and he said, "I am seeking my fortune." "Oh," said she, "when you find yours, I wish you'd bring me mine." "What is yours?" asked he. "Why, I've been fairy woman here for the last 1,000 years, and I don't know how I shall ever get away." The young man promised very willingly to try and find out how she might get away, went ashore on the other side, and walked sturdily along until he came to a great forest. In this forest he wandered about for a whole day, but towards evening he came to a small forest house. There he knocked. A pretty young woman opened the door, but she seemed much terrified when she saw him. "Can I get shelter here for one night?" asked he. "It is your ill luck that has brought you here," said she, "and you must not remain, for you are not secure of your life. A cannibal lives here, who spares no one, and if he should find you, you are done for." "But I am so tired I cannot get any further," said the youth. "Will you not hide me somewhere?" "I can't do that," said she, "for he would smell you out, and besides that he knows everything that happens in the whole world." However, the young man begged so hard that she consented at last. She went and brought him some supper, and they sat down to table together. While they were eating he told her the story of his journey, and of the 5 errands he had to perform. The woman was very kind-hearted, and promised him to learn from the cannibal what should be done. Suddenly there was a great noise and clatter in the forest, as if all the trees were falling. "There he is!" cried the cannibal's wife. and the young man got under the bed as quickly as possible. He was scarcely hidden when the door flew open, and in stalked the cannibal. "Hello!" he cried. "I smell human flesh. Who is here, eh?" "You stupid oaf," said his wife. "Can't you get accustomed to me yet? I'm here, of course, and here's your supper, and eat that and go to bed." He was going to answer her, and was just going to look under the bed, when she plumped him down on his seat and fed him with a spoon. When she had fed him very full, so that he could scarcely stir, she took him by the collar and cried out, "Now come, march to bed with you, or else I shall never get you to move, if you go to sleep." Then he got slowly up and tumbled into bed, and in 2 minutes he was sound asleep, and snoring so that it was heard 50 miles away. Then she said to the young man, "Now, just mind what he answers to my questions." So she went to bed, and after some time gave the cannibal a tremendous dig in the ribs. He jumped and roared, "What's the matter?" She said, "I dreamt that a king had a tree which bore golden fruit at one time, but afterwards it would not do so any more, and what was the reason of this?" "I know," said the cannibal. "His minister is a hard man, and has been taxing the people and burying the money at the foot of the tree. Take that away, and the tree will bear golden fruit again." Then he turned round and went to sleep. In a little while she gave him another blow, and he jumped up and grumbled, "What are you bothering me for again?" "I dreamt," said she, "that a king had a spring which runs pearls, and the spring would not run any more. What might be the reason of it?" "Oh," said he, "there's a toad sitting in it. If this is taken out, the spring will run again, better than ever. Now let me sleep quietly." He hadn't slept long before she gave him a box of the ear. "Are you mad," says he, "that you keep disturbing me?" "Oh, I'm dreaming so much tonight," she replied. "I dreamt that a king had 3 daughters, and one of these was stolen, and where she is nobody knows. But you must know." "Well," said the cannibal, "I think I ought, for that is your own self." He grinned at her and went to sleep again. At this the woman recollected who she was and where she had been brought up, and she asked the young man quietly if he would take her with him, or leave her there, for she was very anxious to go home. "Without you," said he, "I wouldn't go if it cost me my life." Then she took courage again, and hit the cannibal another blow on the ear. At this he was very angry, and roared out, "This is a little too much. Are you going to leave me alone or not?" "Oh, it is so hot, I think I've got a fever," she said, "for in all my life I never dreamt so much before." "What have you been dreaming about now?" asked he. "Oh, I dreamt that a giant kept watch over a castle for 1,000 years, with a heavy cannon on his shoulder, and didn't know how to get away." "Oh, what a stupid fellow!" growled the cannibal, lying down. "Why doesn't he give the cannon to the first fellow that passes, and have done with it? And now, I say, you must let me go to sleep, or I'll show you that I'm not in joke any more." And in a little while he began to snore again, so that the house shook. There was still one more question, and so she dared to give him another sound slap at the ear. At this, however, the monster jumped up, gnashed his teeth with rage, and tried to get hold of her. She jumped out of bed, however, very quickly, or he certainly would have eaten her. But she got to the door and said, "Now, don't be cruel to me. Can I help dreaming, and me having a fever?" "This is the very last time," he said, "that I'll suffer this. If you do it again, I eat you and your dreams too." "I promise you it shall never happen again," she said to him. "I dreamt that an old woman had to keep a ferry boat for 1,000 years, and didn't know how to get away. How was this to be done?" "Oh, what a stupid she was!" said he. "Why doesn't she give the oars to the first person that comes, and then she'd be free? And now take care, and don't disturb me again, for if you do I'll give you rest and myself too." "Don't be afraid, old goose," she said, and he soon went off as sound as a rock, or as a little boy after a Christmas party. Then she got up, and the young man came out from under the bed, and they opened the door and got far away as fast as ever they could, and before morning they came to the river. The old woman called out to him when she saw him, a long time before he got down to the bank, and asked whether he had got her good fortune. "Yes," said he, and if you ferry us over quickly, I will tell it you directly we get to the other side." In 1 minute they were on the other side of the water, and when they were out of the boat the young man told her what to do, and they ran away and left her to do it. When the giant saw the young man, he too called out to him from the distance, and asked if he had brought his good fortune. "I've got it," said he, "but I will not tell it you until we have passed the gate." And when he told him, and the giant thanked him, and was very glad. When they got into the kingdom where the princess was going, they hired a handsome carriage, and had it decked with green boughs, and the young man told every one that inquired about it, that he had come to bring the king his lost daughter again. So all the people went with the carriage, and there was plenty of rejoicing. In the capital, however, there was more rejoicing still. The king and queen and the 2 other princesses were almost out of their senses with joy, and for 3 months there was nothing but feasting and fun going on. But the young man wished to get home, and so the king had 6 mules laden with gold, and said, "Now choose between one of my daughters for a wife, or these 6 loads of gold." "If I were not engaged," replied the youth, "I would choose one of your 3 beautiful princesses for a wife. But I must keep faith with my dear girl at home, so I choose the 6 loads of gold." "Just as you please," said the king. And the next day the youth took his departure and went over the sea to the next kingdom. He went right off to the capital and to the king's palace, and was announced there directly. The king was very glad to see him again, and asked him immediately, "Have you brought my good fortune with you?" "I have," said the young man, and told him all about the great toad. So the builders were fetched, and when the toad was taken out, the pearls began to roll out so fast that the builders were very nearly drowned. But the king was so pleased that he presented the youth with 2 tons of gold instead of 1, and had a ship got ready to go wherever he liked. In a little while he came into the first kingdom, where he went at once to the king. "Have you got my good fortune?" asked he. "Yes," replied the youth, and told him all about the wicked minister who had doubled all the taxes. Then the money was dug up, and no sooner had that been done than the tree began to bud golden fruit with such abundance that it seemed as if it was trying to make up for lost time. The king gave the young man 2 tons of gold instead of 1, and a beautiful carriage, and horses and servants besides. Merrily did the young man go on his way, thinking of the time when he should see Emma again. When the ship anchored he got into his carriage, and drove to the city where the merchant lived, and went to a hotel opposite his house. How astonished he was when he saw all the windows lighted up, and music going on inside. He asked the landlord what that meant, and he answered, "The daughter of the house is going to be married, but I'm told that she doesn't much like it. It's her father's doing." "Ah," said the young man, "I must go and see that." So he put on his best clothes and went into the house. As he had been so many days away, he had altered so much that nobody knew him, not even Emma herself. Indeed, who would have expected that this noble-looking stranger was the poor youth? He went up to Emma and asked her to dance. "Very willingly," said she, for now she wasn't obliged to dance with her hateful bridegroom. While they were waltzing around the room, he managed to let her see the ring upon his finger. She looked at him with astonishment, and turned very pale, but he led her into another room and said, "Emma, do you not know me?" Then she fainted away with joy, and when she woke up again she was still lying in his arms. Her father and mother came, as well as the bridegroom, and were very much astonished that Emma was so very friendly with this strange gentleman. Then the young man told them who he was, and by what means he had got his money, and that he was now richer than the king himself. The guests listened with wonder, all but the bridegroom, who got away as fast as he could, and nobody has ever seen him since. Avarice seized the heart of the merchant, when the next day he saw the heaps of gold that the young man had brought home with him, and he said to his wife, "Come, let us try our fortune, and see if we can make it as easily as he has done." So they packed up and went to sea. When they came to the first kingdom and asked after the king, they were not received. In the second kingdom the king sent them word to get out of the country, and in the third, although they were admitted, they were told that they must be mad, and very much laughed at. But they did not lose heart, for all that, but went on their way, and when they came to the giant, he called to the merchant, "Come here, earthworm, and relieve guard." So he gave him the can and ran away, but it was heavy and bent the merchant's back quite down. His wife ran away, quite frightened at the giant, and came to the water. The old woman took her into the boat and gave her the oars, and jumped out and ran away. So if nobody has been to relieve guard and to row the boat, you'll find the merchant as steady as a mounted dragoon, and his wife rowing like a member of a Thames boat club. End of the 5 questions from Fairy Tales Collected in the Odenwald by J.W. Wolfe. Read by Hannah Harris. August 2010.